Hello and welcome to the Atheist Reformation for another Sunday service with
Howdy,
me,
howdy.
Drew. Oh God, why, Harry? No, don't ever do that again.
And I had to put some energy in that.
Okay, well,
There's going to be a tagline going forward.
consider energy infused, but perhaps not in the way that people would want. Anyway, that's my co-host Harry once again, and we're looking at a few interesting things today, and I even went ahead and put a creative title on the video today. Do all atheists go to heaven? We're going to find out more about that later. So, how has your week been, Harry?
Pretty good. I've been busy. Keeping my hands busy so that they are not idle. But that is the devil's playground.
That was also a really hilarious movie. One of Jessica Alba's first movies, if I remember right.
Oh, yeah. I loved Offspring was in it.
Oh, yeah, they were.
Yeah.
And that was back when, who was it? That was back when Devon Sawa was still relevant.
Yeah. Before Seth Green got big.
Yeah, before Seth Green got big. I mean, he never really got big. What is he, like 4'10"? No, I'm kidding. He's like 5'5".
Before he was famous, before Robot Chicken, and before did he start going bald?
I don't know if he started going bald. I know one of his bigger roles, his bigger roles that he's most known for anyway, aside from Robot Chicken, is...
I got a visitor.
Okay.
It was just a Amazon delivery.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so just a little plug for Amazon. You pay for the 2-day express shipping, and you get it 2.5 weeks later after you already canceled the order.
Huh. Doesn't that violate some kind of religious ethics? What is it, working on a Sunday or something? Or do Baptists not care about that one?
I don't know. The whole company named themselves after Greek mythology, so I don't think that religious regulations matter or care about that.
True. But yeah, no, it was Austin Powers. He played Dr. Evil's kid, if I remember right.
Yes. Scotty?
I can't remember. I watched them back when they were relevant, and let's just say Mike Myers' best work, hands down, is Shrek, Cat in the Hat, and Wayne's World. At least to me. Wasn't a great big fan of Austin Powers personally.
And the movies he was in with Jamie Lee Curtis.
Funny.
We're just gonna spend the whole day making nerd references.
For those who don't get the joke, he's talking about Michael Myers and Halloween, not the same thing.
That
was more of a Nightmare on Elm Street guy.
Mm.
Well, that and Friday the 13th. Both of those were just hilariously dumb.
Well, it's interesting how much of Wes Craven's stuff is based upon things that have happened in real life.
True.
But yeah.
Or how most of the characters end up being based on actual people, or at least extreme aspects of actual people. Like Leatherface from Texas Chainsaw Massacre is a Ed Gein reference because he made a people suit.
Yeah.
And then Hannibal Lecter, I know it's not Wes Craven, I don't think, but either way.
I don't think Texas Chainsaw Massacre was either.
I'm just going with horror in general.
Oh.
That just about everything there has been some kind of reference to something that happens in real life. or at least something that people claimed has happened in real life, like the Amityville horror with the Warrens and all that.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I think we're going to go ahead and let's see. I've got to get these banners ready.
We got any viewers yet?
No, not as of yet.
Oh.
But that's okay. We'll get there at some point. Special announcement. Channel now has a whopping 40 subscribers, so thanks to all you guys. I don't know why there's at least 40 people that want to listen to me talk or watch me talk, but hey, apparently I have some modicum of entertainment value, so I'll keep it going as long as people want me to.
Yep. You entertain me.
And you're entertaining to people as well, Harry, I think.
Okay.
All right, so let's see. There we go. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and get into our first let's see. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and get into our first article of the day. This is talking about a Louisville, Kentucky Christian school that expelled a student over a rainbow cake, according to the family.
So we're not building up to this at all. This is our jumping off point.
Yeah, this is going to be our jumping off point.
All right.
And I figured, it's as good a one as any to kind of start off with. It's also one of our more involved stories, and so we'll see how things go. So,
Kentucky is also the name of a rare medical condition.
Say what?
Kentucky expulsion is also the name of a medical condition after you drink too much moonshine.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's where you violently vomit until you either pass out, die, or are suddenly able to drink more moonshine.
Yeah.
So, a Christian school in Louisville, Kentucky expelled a student last week after her family said school officials discovered the girl had celebrated her birthday with a rainbow-themed cake. This 15-year-old girl attended a school and was a freshman at what's known as the Whitefield Academy, a private school in Louisville, Kentucky. It's when they said that she received an email from Whitefield Academy's head of school, Bruce Jacobson, explaining how her daughter was being expelled immediately due to a post on social media. And looks like they recently posted a photo on her Facebook page showing her daughter celebrating her birthday in late December at Texas Roadhouse. And in the photo, she's wearing a rainbow sweater with a rainbow cake with 15 on it. So already I have a few questions, but we'll move on. So someone shared the photo with Whitefield Academy officials. In the email, Jacobson apparently said to Alford that the picture demonstrates a posture of morality and cultural acceptance contrary to that of Whitefield Academy's beliefs and follows 2 years of lifestyle violations.
Who said
that comes from an email sent to Kimberly Alford, the mother of the 15-year-old girl, from the head of school at Whitefield Academy, one Bruce Jacobson.
This is the alleged email that the school ends up denying, right?
I haven't seen a denial or retraction, but I'd have to look further into it. I mean, if they've got an email that comes from a school email account, I'm not really anticipating a mom in Louisville, Kentucky to try to go to the technical lengths of spoofing an email.
Right. Well, I think the school officials make some comments later where they say something, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. So, for anybody who doesn't know, okay, rainbow flag. It's a symbol that is used up. They even say it here. Often used as a symbol of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer pride and support for LGBTQ rights. Okay, that's fine.
May I interject?
Go for it.
The rainbow symbol is also often used in Christianity as a sign of a contract between individual and God.
Right, the covenant with God after the flood of Noah.
And then also in more modern Christianity, it is used as part of a symbolism that is used like where you would see butterflies, fish, or rainbows to symbolize different aspects about Christianity without being overt like a crucifix.
Yeah, and it also has like an agape reference, if I remember right.
Yep.
But that's been a long time ago for me, so I'm not on the up and up of that stuff anymore.
Yeah, just basically.
I do apologize in advance to everybody today. I've got a little bit of sinus congestion, and it's driving my throat out something crazy, so you'll see me drinking quite a bit of water this stream.
Yeah. Putting it out there that even though there is very clearly a rift in the religious evangelical community where homosexuality is viewed as a sin, the actual symbol of a rainbow typically isn't considered sinful. So that's kind of odd to me that would be a symbol that would be.
It seems to me like this is possibly an excuse of some kind. That's what this seems like. It seems like this is being used as a scapegoat by the school for whatever reason. At least that's my initial interpretation of this. Alfred says her daughter is not gay, like that matters anyway, but I guess in the terms of a Christian school and their way of looking at things, okay, fine, say that, whatever. Cake was simply a fun treat with the bakery receipt listing the design as assorted colors. So it looks like she bought a prefab cake that they just stuck candles on. That's what that looks like. I mean, that looks like a prefabricated cake that they made. Girl saw it, decided she liked it, and that's what they got for her. I mean, that's all that looks like.
Or they got it for her.
Or they got it for her because they're like, oh, she wears that multicolored sweater thing. She likes those things. Let's get her that multicolored cake. Okay, great. You know, they're referring to that as a demonstration of morality and cultural acceptance, contrary to that of Whitefield Academy's beliefs, when everyone else would just refer to that as being a good parent.
Or about evangelical may say she really doesn't like the entire world dying in a flood.
Yeah, could even go that far too. Alfred added that the Whitefield Academy Parent Teacher Fellowship has even featured a rainbow image on its private Facebook page before later taking it down after the expulsion of her daughter. So now, I mean, someone would need to go and look on the Wayback Machine for that Facebook page if that's ever been posted on there, and see if that rainbow image is there. If it is, fantastic, because that's going to go a long way towards damning this seemingly ridiculous action taken by the school.
Nice choice of words, by the way.
That wasn't even intentional, oddly enough. Feel like it's a label school officials have put on her. Just because I'm wearing a rainbow doesn't mean I'm gay. Okay, fantastic. Jacobson, Whitefield Academy's head of school, told the Courier-Journal that the expulsion came after 2 years of continuous violations of our student code of conduct. School said in a statement that inaccurate media reports are circling, stating that the student in question was expelled from our school solely for a social media post. In fact, she has unfortunately violated our student code of conduct numerous times over the past 2 years. I don't know. The school adds that they're accredited, member of the Non-Public School Commission of Kentucky, therefore meet all Kentucky regulations and laws. Code of conduct is on par with other private Christian schools in our area. It is unfortunate that one of the students' parents chose to post internal family matters on social media, and we hope our former student is not adversely affected by what her parents chose to make public about her situation. Wow, okay. Wouldn't say whether the photo of the rainbow cake and shirt led to the expulsion, but said the girl had faced a progression of discipline. All the families and students know that they have expectations they need to follow. We always try to work with families over a period of time. Saying that she didn't do anything wrong. And here we go. Alfred said she and her daughter had met with school officials last October and that a school disciplinary officer found jewel pods in the girl's backpack. Following the meeting, Alfred said everyone agreed that her daughter would be on probation. Any other behavior issues would cause her to be expelled. Since October, there have been no disciplinary issues. There have been no academic issues. There has been nothing. According to Whitefield Academy's Parent-Student Handbook, high school students may face expulsion when there is a serious departure from the school's guidelines for student conduct. Talking about biblical roles to work in conjunction, mold students to be Christ-like, yada, yada, yada. Includes but is not limited to sexual immorality, homosexual orientation, or the inability to support biblical standards of right and wrong. So the atmosphere or conduct within a particular home may be counter to or in opposition to the biblical lifestyle. In such cases, the school reserves the right within its sole discretion to refuse admission of an applicant or to discontinue enrollment of a student. So they put a moral turpitude clause in their student handbook. That's something.
Completely normal.
But something that only your family member, but still, the way they leave it is so broad, it's ridiculous. They make it seem that the way it reads is that if any member of the household behaves in a way that doesn't fit the school's narrow definition of right and wrong, then they can choose to discontinue enrollment of the student, even if the student is not a part of that, aside from the fact they live in the same house.
For a private school, that's completely normal.
I don't know, but it seems as though kid had jewel pods in her backpack. That's not cool. And if she hasn't done, and there's even a reference to the book of Genesis, symbol of God's covenant with Noah following the flood.
But I will say that something like having jewel pods in your backpack, using it, alcohol, tobacco, something like that.
Okay. I'm fine with that. Number one, she's under the age of, well, now 21. So yeah, no, she shouldn't be having jewel pods. She shouldn't be having anything to do with any of that. She's underage. So, okay, that's fine. Put her on a disciplinary watch list. Put her on probation. That's fine. Whatever. It's a breach of conduct. But if there's been no other issues since then, and then this is the breaking point.
But you and I both know that that's not how people work. Once you do one infraction, you start to get observed with a fine-tooth comb.
You really do. And based on the fact that there's this email that they're talking about that refers to her holding positions or doing things that are counter to what they say after they've had a rainbow on their Facebook page, if all that is true and there were no other infractions between the being placed on probation because of the jewel pods and this expulsion, this is complete and utter hypocrisy on the school's part. And it seems like it's just a convenient scapegoat with which to eject a student they didn't want around anymore. That's what that seems like to me, because they say that there's 2 years worth of prior violations and stuff like that. None of those are referenced. They reference the jewel pod thing.
They can't reference anything. The jewel pod was probably released by either the student or the family, but they can't release any student correction information if they're a minor. It's a violation.
That varies state by state, though.
But that one is a federal thing.
Yeah. Okay, so Alfred said, yeah. So mom revealed the jewel pod thing. But if mom is being accurate and the girl's being truthful in that there have been no other infractions since that point in time, it seems to me that this is just a convenient scapegoat.
But it also seems to me like mom is releasing just enough information to force the school to defend themselves. And if the school were to make any public statements with specifics about the student, then they would open themselves up for a lawsuit. And the mom's trying to escape just enough to where she's not opening them up for a libel lawsuit.
I don't know. That could be the case, but then you have this piece of information here. Jacobson said he told the girl's family that the expulsion could instead be classified as a voluntary withdrawal on her record if she applies to other schools.
That's also normal. That's normal that if you're going to kick someone out and you don't want to hurt their record by saying they were expelled, that you give them the opportunity to leave the school. Because you don't want to hurt a 16 or 15-year-old's odds of getting into a college by saying, oh, you were expelled from one school. So they're probably saying, look, you've had some issues with the administration, you've had some issues with the school. If you just want to leave, we'll just call it that you transferred out.
But still, it's not saying that. They're just saying that it could instead be classified as a voluntary withdrawal. That's all they're saying. It's not saying that if she leaves voluntarily, they'll label it as that. They're saying she's gone no matter what. So they've already made the decision. I don't know. The way the information is laid out right now is, I agree that mom could be completely full of shit and that she's got a problem child on her hands and that all this was warranted.
That's where I'm going to stop you. I'm not saying that the child is a problem child. What I'm saying is
has behavioral issues or whatever.
Not has behavioral issues, but that there is a clash between the school's definition of community and their bylines and codes, and what the child feels is equitable. And we can talk about that a little bit later. But I'm not saying anything that the child is to blame necessarily. More that the school may not be the right fit. Because I've seen this situation in college whenever I went to a Baptist university before. So I've been a member of the student body that's observed this as it's played out. And I've been a part of those hearings as a member of the student court to kind of see what's going on when we discussed issues like this.
I don't know. Until more information comes out, this does look really bad on the school.
From the outsider, yeah, I can see how it looks really bad. I don't think any more information is going to come out.
No, probably not.
I think the school, and I'm not giving them a huge benefit here, but I'm using the word that I think fits it, is they're willing to forgive and move on if the parents basically throw some dirt on the national level, which ultimately is not going to affect them in terms of their enrollment numbers, and just let it be. Because evidently the student or the family wants this to be big national news. And
if they want it to be big national news, that also lend some credence to the possibility that they're in the right and the school is not.
If the parents were completely in the right, they would have already filed a lawsuit.
Not necessarily, because some people just end up being perfectly satisfied with just destroying the institution that wronged them.
And they would do that by filing a lawsuit to get a settlement and take their money. They would have got their tuition money back, if not more, or at least attempted to.
Yeah, but that's going to take time. That's also going to take legal fees, and they would end up paying more for an attorney than they would getting anything back.
That's how many times?
That's what happens in a lot of instances when it comes to tort law. But you look at something like, say, I don't know, I can't remember. The Duke Lacrosse case. They had every opportunity to sue that woman after going through what they were put through because of that. Constantly tried in the court of public opinion, being labeled as rapists and being told they needed to be locked up, killed, protesting outside their houses, all that fun stuff. Wonderful people, though, they were, those protesters, before any evidence had come out. And then when plenty of evidence came out showing that, no, in fact, there was no contact, they had nothing to do with that young woman, they still continued to talk trash about it. And instead of going after them in court, they just allowed it to play out. And they went after the university instead of the people involved.
Right.
But they still didn't do so in the legal system, I don't think.
We'd have to look into that because I'm pretty sure that there was something that was filed, but I think it was dismissed.
I know with the mattress girl thing, there was a lawsuit filed, not by her, but by the young man she had accused and gotten expelled, named Paul Nungesser. And yeah, that was a whole problem there too. But these are all potential instances of sexual assault that are being discussed with those two.
Yeah.
This is expulsion over what the school claims is a history of behavioral issues that butt heads with the school's vision of what ethics are or what ethical behavior is. Or on the other hand, she's being expelled because of a cake as a convenient method of getting rid of someone that they don't want around anymore.
Well, the school's never admitted that the cake had anything to do with it.
They never admitted it, no, but why would they admit it? That's just going to make them look bad. But you have the email that Jacobson wrote that the picture demonstrates a posture of morality and cultural acceptance contrary to that of Whitefield Academy's beliefs, follows 2 years of what are referred to as lifestyle violations. So this doesn't even seem to be violating code of conduct. It talks about lifestyle violations. It talks about the cake itself, that the photo portrays accepting something that goes against their beliefs.
Did it say the picture or the post? First of all, we're not seeing the email, so we don't know if it actually exists or not.
True.
According to the school, whether or if the email was sent. So the school hasn't acknowledged that the email was actually sent. Third of all, was it the picture or the post? Because
it says the picture.
Okay.
Let's see.
Because I can definitely see a situation where someone posts a picture, someone makes comments on it, and then in the comments section, there's a discussion that would be antithetical to the
No,
school's,
they said point blank it is the picture.
and they have the picture there that's in question. It's literally a girl eating a cake, or holding.
She's not even eating it. Like she's she's wearing a sweater in front of a cake at a restaurant next to what appears to be either her mom or her sister. You can't see her whole face, so you can't really tell.
Is there any alcohol on the table?
Nope, none whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, I can't defend the picture as being grounds for anything.
No.
I'm not going to do that's.
And and also looking at here, found a story on The Hill, and it looks like the email itself hasn't been made public, but it appears as though the email may be legitimate because it's being referenced constantly. And also a publication like The Hill, I don't think would publish something like this without having verified the fact of the email existing.
I could agree to that. Yeah.
And even says in a letter in their story at a glance, in a letter to the student, Whitefield Academy administrator said that the photo demonstrates a posture of morality and cultural acceptance contrary to that of the school's philosophy.
Yeah, I can't see anything in the picture in and of itself.
No, nothing in the picture even hints to it.
Now, if they were referring to the post as a whole, we don't know because we're not seeing what it was tagged as. We're not seeing.
Okay, so hang on. The freshman is relocated to a new public school as of January 15th. Looks like a bit more details come out. So this is prior to the story breaking. The school immediately denied her appeal to the expulsion, but agreed to remove it from her transcript and change it to a voluntary withdrawal. So this is before the story breaks.
Yeah.
That doesn't set well with me.
Why not?
On the one hand, they could just be trying to do something nice, but at the same time, I don't know. It doesn't. It doesn't seem to sit quite right. I don't know. It seems as though they were trying to avoid it coming to something like this, and then they agreed to do that, and then now it's become a big thing.
I mean, I've been to religious schools where there's been people who, and I'll admit, I went to a Catholic school before, and I had problems doing the prayer to the guardian angel. And I was like, I'm not going to participate in this. And they did not like it at all. And honestly, I left the school. I probably should have left because I'm not Catholic. I'm Baptist. But I was told by the teachers, you don't have to pray. Just close your eyes and repeat the words and think about them and apply them to your life. And I'm like thinking, that's prayer. So I've seen that whenever I was in college. I know that there are people that wanted to create a atheist and agnostic society for university, and the university is a religious university, and they could not get permission to do it. Now, some of the people, they were going there because it was a good college, a good university, and their parents were willing to pay for them to go there because their parents are trying to probably indoctrinate their lost soul or whatever nonsense. It's not a good idea to force kids to go to a school that they're not happy at. But their way of reacting to it, instead of attacking their parents, since their parents were paying for their free ride to go to a university, was to try to make these little attacks against the administration. Oh, but we should be able to create this this organization that we know flies in the face of the Constitution of the university and the student guidelines. And so they would go to the student union area and meet once a week to have like a little protest meeting, and they would call themselves a student organization and then never be able to attend any of the actual student organization events because they weren't an official one. And they couldn't post saying that they were an official organization, but they would still do it anyway. And then eventually, like, whenever people just don't care and they just take the signs down whenever it's got an improper posting on it, because only official organizations can post in public spaces. When I say public, I mean like public to the students, not public because it's a private university.
So, okay, this actually gets a little bit deeper, and this might actually look worse on the school, at least from some people's perspective. So I found a story from the American Conservative.
Okay.
Which they claim is called Rainbow Cake Girl, The True Story. And it looks like they actually got a hold of the letter of expulsion, or the letter of from the school to the student. So I'm going to bring that up. All right. So make sure to see this.
People kicked out of college because they were cohabitating with their partner. Like,
say what?
Well, they were cohabitating with their partner. Like, someone would be dating someone and they were living together, and that was against the student guidelines. Like, you couldn't live with someone that you have a sexual relationship with and be enrolled in the school. And I've seen people that were they were removed for that reason.
Okay, I get it's a private institution and whatnot, but at the same time, if they're not living on campus, it's none of that school's business.
Well, as a student, it is, because it's the student. I mean, you can pick a college
if the student is not doing anything on campus,
then pick a university where that's not going to be their business. But don't pick a university that you know that that's in the guidelines, that that's going to be an issue for you.
So looking at this, the true story, yada, yada, yada. So there's the Washington Post article for it. Here's the letter the school sent announcing her expulsion. To the parents of Kayla Kenny, we are sorry to inform you that due to a continued breach of our school policies and expectations, Kayla is being dismissed from Whitefield Academy effective today, January 6, 2020. Please see the attached letter, which serves as the official notice. The administration has been made aware of a recent picture posted on social media, which demonstrates a posture of morality and cultural acceptance contrary to that of Whitefield Academy's beliefs. See the attached picture referencing that. Yeah. Per our in-person meeting on October 17th, 2019, we made it clear that any further promotion, celebration, or any other actions and attitudes that are counter to Whitefield's philosophy would not be tolerated. As a result, we regret to inform you that Kayla is being dismissed from the school effective immediately. Please contact the secretary with any questions regarding her records and transcripts. And that is from Bruce Jacobson, head of school.
Okay.
So we have the official statement from the school, which we read about in the first story. So today's show reports that Alford, Kayla Kenny's mother, has had disciplinary issues, noting that her child cut lunch and was caught with a vape. She insists that Kenny has been on the right track since they had a sit-down meeting with the administration in October. Kayla is no angel, but she was really trying to clean up her behavior. Her grades went up, and she's been doing well. Says she wants justice for her daughter. This is not how God treats people. So now American Conservative claims that when Alfred says her daughter is no angel and confirms that she has had disciplinary issues, claims that she is understating matters. they say that the author says, my understanding is that a long specific list of repeated infractions of bullying, disrespecting teachers, vaping in school, and so forth. Now, to what degree that information, we don't know. That simply appears to be this one person's understanding. So I'm going to label that for now as conjecture. Part of what she has allegedly done is promoting LGBT consciousness in the school, including aggression on that front. Trying to be delicate here, but says they can tell you she has transgressed against other students on this front to promote bisexuality. She allegedly drew rainbows and wrote slogans like "Bi Pride" on other kids' papers and gave at least 2 girls the impression that she was sexually harassing them. Kayla has been presenting herself as gay on her Instagram account. And then they go through, show a few things that are posted on the Instagram account, apparently showing Kayla dressed in what they consider male clothing, talking about that. But still, this is something that I have to kind of go with here, is that they talk about all these things. Okay, that's fine. The girl's bi. There's nothing wrong with that. And so they talk about a pattern of behavior and whatnot. So in-person meeting on October 17th, I didn't see any of them that had anything with a date stamp after October 17th. So it looks like she did clean up her act on that front and stop posting things like that. So apparently Whitefield is connected to a local Southern Baptist church. Yeah, it shows part of their statements, their general disciplinary policies. And let's see. So now, if the girl was harassing people, okay, that's one thing.
So here's where I'm seeing as a failure on the school is if there's something specific, I would really, and this is again, like, it's not my right as I don't have any kids that go to that school. I'm just someone that saw an article online because this has become a nationwide story. But if I were to take a side, I would like to see what exactly their issue was. Saying that the picture is itself a violation of the guidelines is not sufficient for me to understand what's going on here. Now, that's not.
It looks like what it claims to be is, I guess they're assuming that all this other stuff acts as supporting evidence, saying that, this is promoting LGBT pride or whatever. Okay, maybe her wearing of the sweater is, but nothing in here, aside from the fact that it's rainbow, nothing in here indicates that that's the reason she's wearing it.
Well, here's the thing. What I'm saying is, what if the people that she was harassing, she tagged in the photo as the cake?
Except they don't reference that at all. Nothing in their letter references that. They post what appears to be the full text of the letter.
Yeah. They don't say what the reason that the photo violates the guidelines. They just say that it does.
No, they're saying that the picture demonstrates a posture of morality and cultural acceptance. So not the post, not any action by the young woman. They're saying the picture. Like, there's no other way to cut that when it comes to English, of a recent picture posted on social media, which demonstrates a posture of morality, blah, 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 blah. That specifically references the picture. And somebody with an educational doctorate should know that should understand, subject and predicate.
Like, the problem is that it doesn't explain how the picture does it.
No, it just says that it does.
And that's the problem that I think is out there, is that we
And
know that.
I think the family is justified in being upset about that, with them not explaining how it's a violation, because that all, again, that still kind of leans back towards they see the girl as a problem. They use this as an opportunity to get rid of her.
And the only thing I can think of is, if the family is seeing this as a statement against anything specific, then that has to be based upon some kind of private conversation that they've had with the school.
Perhaps, but I mean, there is a post from the dad where he replies to a comment or something. It's a Facebook post. Says, "Do I have to spell it out for you stick in the muds? Years ago, the gay community adopted the rainbow flag as their own. This school realized that shit. Some of the people that attends this church doesn't. My daughter got expelled from her church for being gay." That's how dad sees it.
Now, that seems like that would be against the guidelines that the school says. But that would have been post-expulsion.
Yeah, that was post-expulsion. That was put out post-expulsion. But there again, you know, the daughter's been in that school since the 6th grade. And you know, in large part, I am very much in the camp that homosexuality for most people, or non-heterosexuality, non-standard sexuality, whatever the hell you want to call it, is not a choice for most people. The overwhelming majority of people, it's not a choice. That's who they are. They can't control their level of, they can't control who they're attracted to. Or they're born that way. Whatever you want to call it. And they've had her at the school all the way up to this point. I don't know. And also, with what this story leaves out, is the fact of the school's Facebook page having rainbow shit on there. That's, you know, not in reference to LGBT, obviously, but in reference to the end of the Noachian deluge, the covenant with God, not flooding the earth, yada, 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 all that stuff. And the other religious implications that have been adopted over the years for rainbows. So, while I appreciate the American conservative for going into excruciating detail on most things and dismissing the conjecture contained within the article, it honestly makes the school look a little bit worse. It makes it look like they kicked a kid out for being gay.
I mean, if that's what you take away from it, the thing that I saw in there that I didn't see before was writing things on other students' papers and possibly
right now. But see, here's the thing. That's one of the things that I'm labeling conjecture, because what they said, what the author says, is allegedly or my understanding. So that's that person's interpretation of either what the school has said or what they have heard from a faculty member of the school. So they're not directly quoting them or anything like that. They're just taking things in their understanding.
Right.
And that's why I'm initially dismissing it as conjecture until otherwise shown evidence in support of. That's why my current takeaway is that it appears as though the child was expelled for being not heterosexual and not being quiet about it.
And based upon what we're saying, the question that is being posed is, the child could have been expelled spelled for a cake, which makes no sense to either party.
Right. And that's what it seems to be, is that they're basing the expulsion on the picture. And that's the final straw. That's what's breaking the camel's back here, is a picture on Facebook. But it's clearly a birthday cake. It's got her age on it. And it's like nothing on there says bi pride, LGBT pride, or anything of that sort.
Yeah.
There's no obvious and apparent implication. Just because someone wears rainbow shit doesn't mean that they're wearing it with the express intent of promoting LGBTQ.
So
my daughter, who will be 11 years old in a few days, she has a rainbow backpack. She doesn't know anything about LGBT. She knows nothing about that shit.
Probably not the best choice of words. I understand your outrage, but
yeah. Well, I mean,
in context, it sounds like it could be a demeaning.
Yeah, it's not meant to be demeaning. I use shit in the colloquial referential sense.
Yeah.
Like, so, this shit here, that shit there. We're talking about my shit on here today. You know, yada, yada, yada. Who gives a shit? But anyways. Yeah.
I've heard the story before. I think it was in Canada. There were a few schools where there was a lot of homophobic bullying. There were people who were physically attacking and bullying students that they believed to be gay. And so the students were afraid to wear certain colors.
Right.
And so the students wouldn't wear rainbow. For example, I can't remember the exact, color coordination of what ended up happening, but it started out no one wore rainbow stuff because they didn't want to get attacked because people thought they were gay. And then, so the next thing was like, oh, well, the gay people are really wearing purple. And people would start getting attacked if they wore purple. So everyone stopped wearing purple. And then it became, well, they're really wearing green now. And then everyone...
Which sucks for me because I've got a ton of green T-shirts.
And they just kept changing the color in order to... Whatever the urban legend was, that this is what, people who are LGBT were wearing as like a coded word to each other.
They were using it as an excuse to bully people for no other reason than it gave them the excuse to do something.
And the thing is like these symbols, if you don't give your reason behind why you're doing something based on a symbol, there's no telling what it is. Like if I went around wearing a blue T-shirt one day and then I got attacked and I said it was a hate crime.
Yeah, what's the justification of it?
I don't like the color blue.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I can think of something religious right off the top of my head. Like there's a religious thing, at least within the Methodist Church, that my grandmother has been a part of, and my family was for a while. It was De Colores, or the colors. The symbol was a dove carrying an olive branch flying across a rainbow sky. That's still the symbol today. Some almost 30 years later, it's still the same symbol. I mean, so it's not like it's expressly this one thing. It's not expressly LGBT. I mean, okay, the girl has come out as being a member of the LGBT community. That's all well and good. That doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that this picture is referencing that. They're making an assumption based on effectively no evidence.
I guess at the end of the day, my opinion is that one, I personally think it's unfortunate that this situation has become a nationwide headline where her personal life has been thrown into the spotlight for
Yes.
fat dudes in Texas to critique.
See, but here's the thing. I'm not even critiquing the girl at this point. What she does is her own business. She's 15. She needs to be focused on, going to school, getting good grades, and looking towards college or whatever she wants her professional career path or adult path to be. That's what she needs to be focusing on. She doesn't need to be worried about this nonsense on here. And if she is LGBT, more power to her. Fantastic. Congratulations. You do you. No, nobody should care.
And if she is, bi or lesbian or whatever, I hope that she never has anyone bully her or mistreat her because of her decision, the way she is, however you want to phrase it. I'm not judging or making an assumption as to how someone comes to that realization. But I hope that they never receive any kind of bullying or harm or discrimination against them.
No one should receive bullying, or no one should be attacked because of who they are or what they are. Period.
Really unfortunate that if that is her situation, that there was a guideline of rules that conflicted with her personal feelings and whether her behavior was a reaction against those guidelines or whether just her existence was against those guidelines. It's really unfortunate that caused that conflict to start with.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, we see what dad says about it, we see what mom says about it, and we see what the school has said about it. And it's at the end of the day, it's conflicting stories all around. I am very much in the camp of, you see what one party's saying, you see what the other party's saying. The truth usually lies somewhere in the middle between the two. So hopefully, I don't even care if we see the truth of the matter of this come out. In all honesty, after today, I'd love to see this story die.
Yeah.
And let this family get on with life.
So
if the school did wrong, fine. School did wrong. Let them take care of it that way. There's legal aspects. Let them do it. Let's just get crap like this out the media.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say that there is a family who are very concerned that their children would or might be sexually harassed in a public school setting, which I've gone to public school and I've gone to private school.
Okay.
And I can definitely attest that those things are handled differently in private school and public school. I have seen it with my own eyes.
I'm willing to bet they probably are. I've never experienced anything to do with sexual harassment when I was in school, when I was in high school or anything like that. So I can't and won't speak to it. Now, as far as how things should be addressed, I'm firmly of the mind of operating under the presumption of innocence, unless someone has done something, unless someone has shown evidence towards a course of action that would do that.
What if they chose to put their children in a school whose guidelines are no discussion of sexuality of any kind is tolerated?
If they want to do that, I suppose they can. I don't see how they would enforce it unless they want to put taps on everything. But at the same time, I'm also in the camp of students of an appropriate age should receive an adequate sex education.
And that is pretty against where a lot of fundamental, or I don't want to say fundamental, but evangelical Christians lie, because when you look at Paul's letters, he does say, when he's talking about sexual immorality, it is better to focus your life on God and to not take a partner. And up until someone is out of high school, that is the assumption for a lot of people in the evangelical community is you don't date. You may go out and spend time with friends in mixed company where you have boys and girls that are both doing something that is observed with a chaperone, but you don't date until you're an adult.
Yeah,
So
but we've shown that we can show through the numbers that stuff like that just honestly doesn't work anymore. At least it doesn't seem to.
It may not work, but it's their decision.
It's their decision, but their decisions lead towards more teen pregnancy and teen abortions than any other demographic in the country.
And this is why you're talking about a religious-based school and not a public school that is guided by public health awareness and actual statistics that back up adolescent behavior. You're dealing with a parochial school that is willing to have their own religious beliefs, even if it defies societal convention or information from the CDC.
And this is why there are people that think the earth is flat and think that evolution isn't real. Because it all rolls back to quote Paulosia and the old song, "For the Bible tells me so." And that's it. No other justification.
We've talked about the earth flat thing, where there is a weird statistical thing where there are more people that are religious that are flat earthers, even though there's no religious documentation or backing.
Their religious documentation comes from the book of Isaiah,
which is a misinterpretation.
I'll agree it's a misinterpretation. We'll go with that. I'll accept whole cloth it's a misinterpretation, but that's their religious justification of it.
Okay,
that's how they look at it. That's why it's such a widespread thing, or that's why in that community it's widespread that they are all religious versus a-religious.
Well, it's not all. It is a statistical thing where it's an
overwhelming majority. It's like 80 or 90.
It's not like a 95% religious, 5% atheist. Are we doing the thing where it's like I'll Google the answer and then whichever one of us is right feels vindicated?
No, I'm just looking to see because I'd rather have accurate statistics than not.
I always thought it was funny that the Pew Research had such good statistics on who's religious and who's not.
Yeah, like, this one's from YouGov. They're not terrible. This is one of the first ones that I found.
Okay.
So I don't really like this picture because it doesn't give me totals, but so flat earthers, 52%. So between religious and somewhat religious, you've got exactly 75%.
Okay.
And then you have not religious at all, which is 17%, and then this kind of weird thing of not very religious at 8%. So, I mean, depending on how you want to cut it, if you put not very religious in with not religious, it's 75-25. If you put not very religious in with the somewhat religious and very religious, which to some would be considered more appropriate because it shows that they do still believe. But anyways, then it would be
but that could be new age
83%.
Okay. So what's the percentage of Americans? Is that Americans that are flat earthers or flat earthers as a whole?
This is within the United States.
What percentage of Americans are religious?
Okay, so hang on a minute. So this was a question posed to 8,215 U.S. adults. So young millennials aged 18 to 24 are likelier than any other age group to say they believe the earth is flat at about 4%. So when the grand total across the board of I've always believed the earth is flat is 2%, and I've always thought the world is flat, but more recently skeptical have doubts, is also a grand total of 2% out of that 8,215. Flat earthers are in the overwhelming minority.
Right.
Hang on a moment. Had to sneeze. Sorry.
Okay. So how many Americans are religious? If you can find a similar statistic of very religious, somewhat, and not at all.
Let's see. This one I've got a Pew Forum. It doesn't break it down like that, unfortunately.
Okay.
It just breaks it down by specifics. Let me pull this up.
Well, I guess what percentage is agnostic and or atheist? And that kind of gives us our roundabout answer.
Growing. So
Okay.
other faiths, you have atheist at 3.1%. That's actually gone up quite a bit. Agnostic at 4%, also gone up quite a bit. Nothing in particular at 15.8%. And then the nuns as a whole, religious nuns who are considered unaffiliated, 22.8%, so almost 23%.
That is almost exactly the same breakdown. I mean, it's not exact, but it's very similar. So, like, you can't really say that it's that there's any kind of difference among likelihood of a religious person or a non-religious person, other than the populational dispersion of a religious person within the United States. It's pretty much equal that you're not likely to be a flat earther, regardless of your religious beliefs. It's just that of the people that are flat earthers, there's more of them that are religious.
Well, hang on. You're jumping the gun a little bit.
Okay.
So this is so that's unaffiliated religious nuns. So this is other faiths as a whole that includes the religious nuns, atheist, agnostic, yada yada yada, as a grand total of what appears to be, let's see here. Oh no, that's something else entirely. So Christian and non-Christian occupies about 80% at this point, or close to it.
It's pretty close to the 75 to 83% we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah, it seems to anyways.
So it is just as likely, if you flipped a coin, that a Christian has a broken brain as an atheist.
Possibly, yeah.
Now, here's one of the things, because
although when you look at the whole of that 8215, okay, they break down their statistic a bit further. Their total breakdown: 20% very religious, 37% somewhat religious, 17% not very religious, and 25% not religious at all.
Why are they in the what? If they're not religious at all, why are they in that 82%?
They're not. I'm going back to the YouGov thing. Here, let me just share this. Let me just share the screen. Make it easier. So, going through and looking. Okay, accept to use cookies. Congratulations. So, looking at it as a whole, out of that 8,215,
Yeah.
So these are flat earthers. This is the total.
I can't see your mouse.
Yeah. These are flat earthers.
Okay.
These total. You should be able to see the mouse now.
I think I got my... Anyway. All right.
So you have your very religious representing a minority overall. So of the grand total, they represent a bit of a majority. So using not very religious and somewhat religious. So keeping the same breakdown. So that's 57% overall. But they represent 75% of the flat earthers. So a simple majority here and a larger majority over here. The breakdown skews pretty heavily towards the religious being more likely to be flat earthers than non-religious.
So where are you saying that a religious person is more likely to be a flat earther? Because I can see a flat earther more likely to be religious.
That's what I said. More likely to be religious.
No, those are two different statements. A religious person can be more likely... I'm sorry. A flat earther can be more likely to be religious because there's...
That's what I'm talking about. Is a flat earther is more likely to be religious than not.
Okay.
Based on that information here.
Got it.
Of the total participants, they are 57%. Yet of the flat earthers, the religious represent 75 or more percent. Now, granted, if we're going with just this information here, so this is percentages, this is a 4% of that total. So these flat earthers make up 4% of that 8,000 of that 8,200 number of people polled.
Okay.
So yeah, but they represent over half. So I would say that maybe because it's skewed with the macro versus the micro, small scale, large scale, that kind of thing. But as a whole, it seems that people who are religious are going to be more likely to be flat earthers than they're not. Like if you were just to take a group of religious people and a group of non-religious people, you may not find a single flat earther in either bunch. But based on that, you at least have, if there's a 4% distribution across the board between the two, of that 4% potential distribution, 75% of that would most likely be religious.
Okay, so let's put it this way. So I'm gonna reword it, and you can tell me this is basically how it breaks down.
Okay, let's go for it.
If you took 100 flat earthers, 75 of them are probably religious in some way.
Yes, most of them very religious.
Very religious in some way. If you took 100 irreligious people and 100 religious people, you would have 4 people in each group that were flat earthers.
No.
No? Because that's really what it looks like.
If you've got 100 people who are 100 people who are religious, 100 people who are not religious, you're not going to find 4 flat earthers in each one.
Potentially,
the way the distribution goes is that across the board of religious and not religious, across the entirety of it, flat earthers represent 4%. Of that 4%, 75 of it, so 3 out of that 4% are religious. So you would most likely, statistically speaking, find 3 in the religious group and maybe 1 in the a-religious group.
No. If you took 75,
that's how math works.
That is not how math works. You've got your math wrong. You math wronged. you bad mathed. Because if you took 100 flat earthers and 75 of them were religious and 25 of them were non-religious, one of them would be a flat earther and 3 of the religious people would be flat earthers.
That's what I said.
If you took equal portions of both, if you took 100 of each, you would have 4 in both groups.
No.
You'd have to talk to a lot more. You'd have to talk to 4 times as many irreligious people in order to find 100 people who are irreligious in order to get your sample sizes. But if you make the sample sizes equal, it would be 4 in each group.
No.
Well,
when you looking at it, flat earthers across all belief represent 4%. So that's 4% out of 8,200 people. That's 4%. Right. Of that 4%, 75% of that 4% were religious. That means 3 out of the 4% were religious. So if you take equal groups, religious, a-religious, statistically speaking, based on that distribution, you should find 1 flat earther in the a-religious, because that represents the distribution, and 3 in the religious, because that's what represents the distribution.
No, that's not how it works. If you took 8,000 people, 6,000 of them are religious, and 2,000 of them are non-religious. And if you took a statistically neutral sample of 100 of each of those, it would be 4 person in a group. You're going to have 3 times as many religious people out of your total number of surveys. That's why you see 3 times as many.
No. Yes. You missed no. Okay, I've got to show you where you're wrong again.
Okay.
So we're going to do this again, Harry.
I'm going to get out a whiteboard and I want to demonstrate to you.
So most bad religious. So out of the total, only 57% are religious. Yet 75% of the flat earthers are religious. So they do not. So it's not 3 times as many.
Okay, 57%.
In the total sample, it is not 3 times as many. It's damn near 50-50. It's 57-43.
What was it you just said in your total sample? What was
it? It's a 57-43 split. If we do it charitably towards, all the green goes towards non-religious, all the blue go towards religious, just like we do with the flat earthers.
Okay, but before you were saying that part of the blue should go with the religious.
No, I was saying that part of the green, it makes sense to make them go with the religious because it says not religious. It says not very religious. So that means they are religious to a degree. So they would not be atheist or agnostic.
So if you move that light green over.
If I move that light green over, well, then it's 83% of them, 83% of the flat earthers. So out of 4%, 3.5% roughly. And
then say 5. Out of 5, you would have 4 of them.
Yeah, would be religious. So that would be in the total, that'd be 74% of them. 75%, excuse me.
Okay.
So that would be that 75% of the total were religious to some extent. And only a quarter of them were not religious at all.
Yes.
So going through and breaking all that down with our sweet mathing. So 8,215 times 0.25. That's about 2,050 people. We'll call it 2,050. We'll call it 2,054 because it's 2,053.75. So 2,054. We'll give them an extra person.
Okay.
Well, an extra 25% of a person. So
they got charged an arm and a leg.
No. 0.25. That'd be either one arm or one leg, I would think. So 4% of the total are flat earthers. That's 329 people.
Okay.
So 82 of them are not religious.
Okay.
Well, wait, no, excuse me. 55 are not religious. I multiplied by 0.25 instead of 0.17. So 55. So that means that out of the whole, so, no, it says 55.9. So we'll go with 56. So that means that out of all of them, out of the whole, not religious at all represents 0.7%.
Okay.
So 0.7% out of that whole sample were not religious flat earthers. So if you want to get really, really super duper technical, if you turn that into the 100%, that number of atheists into 100%, and then 0.7% of 329. So you'd get 2 out of every 330. So you wouldn't even get 1 out of 100.
Two out of every 330?
Yeah, 2.3 out of every 329. If you want to get super duper technical. So, I believe it is you who math bad, Harry.
You got to email me this after the show, and I'll review it.
Okay. Well, the link's already in the video description, so all you have to do is go to the video and click the link. Take you right to it.
Okay. I will do that.
Yeah. As always, everybody, please remember, all links, all articles are linked in the video description below. And I do need to put this one in there, but also our other public service announcement.
No, why are we bringing back the swords?
Because it's funny.
Have you seen John Dies at the End?
No, I don't think I have.
You should. I'm just going to leave it at that. It's another plug for today. With Amazon, go see John Dies at the End.
Okay. So I guess let's go to, let's see. I don't know. Do we want to talk about Pope Francis or do we want to talk about Vermont?
Let's go ahead and do Vermont because I feel like that's something that we may not have as much of an issue on, or I may not remember the story. I do remember the Pope Francis thing, though.
So we have a short story from WCAX3 in Vermont saying Vermont bill would legalize adult prostitution in the state, saying that among more than 100 bills under consideration by Vermont lawmakers this session is a measure to legalize prostitution. The bill, which is co-sponsored by 4 women lawmakers, would repeal laws that ban prostitution by consenting adults, but it would keep state and federal laws against human trafficking. House Bill 569 is pending in the House Judiciary Committee. If enacted, it would take effect on July 1st of this year. I mean, so yeah, pretty straightforward to me. And just for grins and giggles, I also went ahead and pulled up the draft of the bill. It's pretty straightforward. Only consists of 2 pages. It just says this bill proposes to repeal the prostitution laws while retaining felony human trafficking laws that prohibit recruiting, enticing, harboring, transporting, providing, or obtaining a minor for the purpose of commercial sex, patronizing a minor, everything to do with using children or any person for commercialized sexuality, essentially.
Okay. So they're keeping the parts where if you're a minor, you can't participate in it, but they're changing.
Exactly. And they even put regulations within keeping, it's illegal to patronize a person under the age of 18 for a commercial sex act, or patronize any person for a commercial sex act who is being compelled through force, fraud, or coercion to engage in a commercial sex act. They go on to define coercion: threat of physical harm, including physical or financial harm to or physical restraint against any person; schemes, abuse or threatened abuse of law and legal process; withholding, destroying, or confiscating any actual purported passport, immigration documentation; blackmail, wrongfully taking, obtaining, withholding any property, asserting control over the finances, debt bondage. Basically, it looks like, based on the reading of the law, a little rough, little quick read, that it's okay to be a prostitute, but it places regulations on being a pimp.
I think what they're trying to do is toward the gig economy and basically outlaw being a pimp. Like if you're actually like a business associate where like you handle their advertising or
like an escort service or something. They're basically legalizing escort services for the most part, or they're legalizing their
ability to independent contract.
That too. While, which I'm personally, I'm okay with this. I mean, it'll deliver a blow to the gang economy. Number one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It'll institute free market capitalism into it, and so possibly no price fixing. You never know. And I mean, you go back to the George Carlin thing. Selling is legal. Fucking is legal. Why isn't selling fucking legal?
It's so poetically worded there.
It's simplistic but effective.
I'm going to say what the Bible says about prostitution, which
is we know you are.
No, you might like it, which is don't dress like a prostitute when you go to church, and don't see them. But there was never a point where Jesus went and got a Roman soldier to arrest a prostitute.
True.
Or petitioned to have them put into jail for trying to make a living. It basically was like, yo, don't do this anymore. And
I mean, hey, the oldest profession in the world is finally starting to get recognized again.
Who is?
I said the oldest profession in the world is apparently starting to get legal recognition again.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not like we don't have good evidence showing that this type of legislation is generally a good thing, because you look at Nevada.
I don't think they ever look at Nevada as an example of something good.
Not normally, but the gang prostitution took a pretty killer nosedive when places like the Bunny Ranch became available.
Yeah.
I mean, so when legalized prostitution, came into effect in the state of Nevada, in some places, the areas around there did take a big hit as far as a decrease in gang related prostitution. So, I mean, It's a sample size of one, but it shows a distinct correlation towards a positive effect. I'll give it that. I personally don't have an issue with it. Hell, if I mean, I'm a free market capitalist. If you feel that that is a product that you can sell effectively, do so safely, and make money off of it, and you've got no problem with it, okay, go for it.
I'm not going to say that I'm in favor of it because I have a potential for running for office in the future, and I don't ever want a soundbite from the show to come out and bite me 20 years from now.
Well, it didn't hurt Donald Trump's election any, and those were much more recent.
Yeah,
those were on network television too.
What I will say, no, they weren't. They were private recordings that were with.
No, I mean they were played on network television. Is what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
I mean.
Oh, you can best believe this would be played on network television if I was running for president. But
maybe.
Here's my question for the religious people out there.
Okay.
If it's legal, does that mean that you have to go and buy it?
No, sure doesn't.
Okay. Do you?
It's just like hell. I'm not religious, and if I lived in Colorado or freedom forbid, California,
mm-hmm.
I probably wouldn't buy marijuana. I don't have a problem with people using it. It's just not for me.
If you were to ask yourself if you think that the workers in this trade, if you look at the trade as incredibly immoral, would you say that the workers are victims or they are actively victimizing other people? Do you think that they're victimizing their clients?
If they're engaging in this activity freely and openly with a business license or a tax stamp, whatever the hell you want to call it, and their clientele are approaching them and choosing to freely and without coercion, as is laid out in the bill, partake of the services, I don't see how any victimization is taking place, personally.
From a moralistic point of view, though, a lot of people would say that the worker is the victim.
The worker chose the profession. If you're going to say the worker is the victim, okay, well then the person who works at
the victim, is that going to help solve the problem?
Let's say it one more time. It cut out.
If you're looking at this from the perspective that the prostitute or the worker is the victim, does a law that punishes the victim solve the problem?
No. To use the term victim blaming, no, victim blaming doesn't solve anything.
So if you think that if you're of the opinion that seeing a prostitute is a sin, which is completely, that is in the Bible, that it is sexual immorality.
Yeah.
Don't go see one. There you go. Don't go.
Yeah, it's like you don't have to do it. Just because it's there doesn't mean you have to do it. I mean, there's no, like, when it comes, look at it this way. Alcohol's legal. Yeah. Evangelicals don't drink. They're not required to go purchase alcohol. They're not required to go to a bar. They're not required to walk into a liquor store. Okay? They're not required to walk down the beer and wine aisle at Walmart or Brookshire's or frickin' H-E-B, Piggly Wiggly, whatever friggin' grocery store you want to call. They don't have to walk down those aisles. They're not required to do that. So
would be accepted.
This is no different.
Because Piggly Wiggly was designed so that you have to walk down every aisle.
True.
But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you disagree with it, try to do something to solve the problem. Try to help the person that you feel is in a bad position. And if they don't want your help, well, then, you can't change someone's mind. But
No.
I don't think that imprisoning people or taking monetary retribution against someone that you already feel is a victim of being poor is going to help anything. I think that targeting and continuing to target organizations that trap people either through force, physical force, or through legal force by, as the law mentioned, stealing people's passports and
Mm-hmm.
and transporting them across boundaries. I think that we should continue to attack and target those organizations.
Yes,
But
and that and activities like that are almost exclusively part of the gang economy.
Yeah.
So you start heavily enforcing those things while allowing legal prostitution to take place. Again, it'll start cutting back on gang activity. It'll start driving it out of the state. And I think that's a good direction for Vermont to take. I think it's a good direction for any state to take. I mean, there are several states that I don't see a bill like that passing ever because of just the content of the population and the legislators in those states.
Yeah.
But I'm firmly of the belief that the statistic will bear out over time that this was a positive move for Vermont, just like it was a positive move for Nevada. And just like when it comes down to marijuana legalization, that it was a positive move. It was a step in the right direction for Colorado and even California. And I think also Washington State and the several other states that have at least legalized medical marijuana, some of which have legalized recreational use of the drug.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that the marijuana thing is the positive move, because a big part of what they've done is they've pushed the criminal elements into surrounding areas of the community, and they've also made it very hard to target anyone that is buying it legally in Colorado and then transporting it illegally to another state. So they've basically made enforcement of criminality impossible at this point.
Yeah,
But that's a question, not a religious question.
Yeah, that's a legal question as far as that goes. I mean, personally, I would like to see national decriminalization of marijuana, because we've decriminalized alcohol at a certain age. We've decriminalized tobacco at a certain age that we've recently moved up. And so what's the issue with putting an age restricted or a listed age of majority for consumption of recreational marijuana if someone so chose?
Like it.
Say what?
It smells bad. I hate when people are sitting there vaping their stuff in their car and then they blow it out the window and I can smell it when I'm driving.
Okay, it's the same thing with tobacco.
No, because when people use vapes for nicotine, whenever they breathe it out, it just smells like coconut milk. Or
I didn't say vapes. I just said tobacco.
Well, but it's not the. I guess it's not. I guess what more people have is, I don't know what it is they're vaping, but it smells terrible. But they're vaping something that's marijuana based because I can smell it.
I think there are some modifications that allow them to use THC oils, I think.
You are right, because it requires vitamin E acetate, which whenever you vape off that, it kills you.
Yeah.
So.
And that's usually what produces the weird smell, is that vitamin E acetate burning.
Yeah, it's the vitamin E acetate that is being used so that people can smoke THC in a vaping system. That's what actually kills you.
Yeah, but there are specifically designed marijuana or THC vape systems that don't require vitamin E acetate. But those aren't legal in most states. But yeah. Anyway, so
I hate this on it around me. And if someone smokes it and blows it in my face, I want them to get arrested. And if you want to change the law so it's like if you blow smoke in someone's face, it's considered a form of assault, then fantastic. Do that at the same time. I don't want anyone blowing smoke in my face. And if I go and punch them, I'm going to be in trouble for assault.
I don't know. It'd be a bit of a sticky situation overall as to where. What?
Pun intended, a sticky situation.
Maybe a little bit. But yeah, like I said, it'd be a sticky situation as to where fault actually lies in that regard.
Hey, don't smoke it in a public place when you have strangers around you.
Well, we have regulations in place governing use of tobacco products in public and use of e-cigarette and vape products in public. You know, same thing for marijuana. Not that big a deal.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess we're going to move on to our final story of the day. This comes from
the Vatican.
Well, not necessarily the Vatican explicitly. This is from The Independent, so.
Are they good or not?
They tend to be unbiased for the most part.
Okay.
They're not The Guardian.
Okay.
I mean, so, right off the bat, Pope Francis assures atheists, you don't have to believe in God to go to heaven. So apparently, from, the Catholic Pope, that seems it might answer the question, do all atheists go to heaven?
Atheists respond back to the Pope, actually, we're not going to heaven.
I don't know. Perhaps the Pope has done something wrong. He didn't look at our last PSA. Too much MSG. Maybe.
It's a mental image I didn't need.
You're welcome, Harry. So, in comments likely to enhance his progressive reputation, Pope Francis has written a long, open letter to the founder of La Repubblica newspaper, Eugenio Scalfari, stating that non-believers would be forgiven by God if they followed their consciences. Responding to a list of questions published in the paper by Mr. Scalfari, who is not a Roman Catholic, Francis wrote, "You asked me if the God of the Christians forgives those who don't believe and who don't seek the faith. I start by saying, and this is the fundamental thing, that God's mercy has no limits if you go to him with a sincere and contrite heart. The issue for those who do not believe in God is to obey their conscience. Sin, even for those who have no faith, exists when people disobey their conscience." So, to me, that just kind of undermines religion in its entirety.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, at that point, why not be atheist? Why adhere to some of the
or
restrictions? Say what?
Or at least a rationalist.
Yeah, I mean, why adhere to all these obnoxious, weird, draconian, in some cases definitely outdated and overplayed tenets of religions when you can just be an atheist and not be an asshole, and you're good to go.
Because I got 99 theses and a Pope ain't one.
Believe it was 95 theses.
Whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's, to me, this is pretty straightforward. As in, I mean, at the very least, Home Dude just hamstrung the Catholic religion.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I guess if you hamstrung somebody, it forces you into a kneeling position. So maybe that's the intent.
Don't make me laugh at stuff like that.
You're just mad because you didn't come up with it first.
It's a trap. I don't know. It goes back to moral subjectivism. If you're able to listen to your conscience, then what right do you have to basically decide that someone else's conscience is wrong? I mean, at least in the Baptist faith, it's similar in ways, but you do have the supremacy of the Bible, which means that if God's telling you something different than me, you at least have to evaluate it against the word of the Bible and see if it is consistent there. And if it is not consistent, well, then that's kind of your jumping off point of, are you sure that what you're doing is right? But you still wouldn't judge someone else based upon their personal revelation. But to just say that with no guidance and no confines, you follow your conscience, I mean, can't think of any specific example where I could say that someone did something evil legitimately thinking that they were doing something good, but I'm sure somebody somewhere could.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a pretty short piece overall. Vatican correspondent for the Catholic Journal The Tablet said the pontiff's comments were further evidence of his attempts to shake off the Catholic Church's fusty image reinforced by his extremely conservative predecessor, Benedict XVI. Francis is still a conservative, but what this is all about is him seeking to have a more meaningful dialogue with the world. In a welcoming response to the letter, Mr. Scalfari said the Pope's comments were further evidence of his ability and desire to overcome barriers in dialogue with all. And, of course, earlier last year, in July, Francis signaled a more progressive attitude on sexuality, asking, if someone is gay and looking for the Lord, who am I to judge him? So, yeah. I mean, this is an old one. This comes out September 11th of 2013, so this is quite dated. But still, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more talked about this, because I don't remember seeing much of anything in regards to this article when it first appeared.
I don't remember in regards to this specific article, but I do remember that particular journalist that he wrote these quote-unquote letters to.
Mm-hmm.
How a lot of people were saying it's really weird how he's communicating directly via letter with this one journalist and has all these in-depth conversations about theology and instruction, but then never reveals any of that to the council around him.
Yeah, that can be seen as a little weird. And so I wonder if anything was ever like debunked as far as that goes. I mean, it seems to be pretty well in line with something that Francis would say, especially with his question on sexuality and whatnot.
There was debunked because it was a bad translation. I remember that, but it wasn't like all the way debunked. It was like there was a conversation he had from it, and he said that he never keeps notes because he remembers everything.
Okay.
And they were like, he remembered it slightly wrong. But like, look up that author's name, and you'll probably find other stories that are like this. But I guess it doesn't matter too much. But I just found some problems with, like, in the Catholic Church, like, obviously abortion is not okay. Like, across the Catholic spectrum, that is a line in the sand, right?
Yeah. I mean,
But
yeah, definitely it is.
If you could rationalize it with your conscience that it was a lesser evil than some other option, then like what's the purpose of having that rule against it? You know, there's somebody out there, because I've heard the moralistic arguments that are saying like, well, it's a greater sin or it's a greater harm to do blah 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 than to go ahead and kill the baby before it's born. And it's like, but like I don't see how you could make that argument under the doctrine of Catholicism. So I see how there's either exceptions to this rule of follow your conscience and you're okay, or it is a contradiction.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything else from Michael Day on that.
No, not Michael. The guy that's referenced in there, he said he wrote a letter to a journalist.
Oh, you're not not the author of this article. You're talking about Eugenio Scalfari?
Yes. Yeah, look him up.
Okay.
Because basically Michael Day's writing for The Independent.
Yeah.
And he's summarizing an article that Eugenio Scalfari, I think, wrote for an Italian newspaper.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna pull this up. Based on what I'm finding here, let's see. I'm gonna share another screen. So 1 Peter 5. This is a Catholic organization, Catholic news site.
Did you just pull a Trump?
What?
You called it 1 Peter 5.
It says right here 1 Peter 5. It says,
as in like first.
No, it even says on the website 1peter5.com.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So,
I know where he was like, yeah, I'm a
I know I know, like, when you look at it from the biblical context, it's 1 Peter. But on this website, I'm reading what they say. It's 1 Peter 5. So this is from October 11th of last year, from Steve Skocek. Apparently this, I don't know. He seems to doubt these things.
Mm-hmm.
So since news broke early this week that the nonagenarian atheist socialist editor of Italy's La Repubblica, Eugenio Scalfari, claimed that Pope Francis told him during one of their many conversations that he did not believe Jesus was God, the Catholic commentariat has been engaged in a rhetorical battle to the death over who to believe, whether it's true, and what it all means. For those willing to look objectively at the matter, it becomes clear that the confusion is the result of an intentional strategy on the part of the Pope and his communications team. Inasmuch as deception is a key component of this strategy, they will never admit it, but it is my hope to demonstrate here that this is the only reasonable explanation. Who do you trust? He says he'd like to begin by addressing a question I've seen many times, if in different words. Why should we believe a 95-year-old atheist socialist who doesn't even take notes instead of the Pope? And to be clear, this isn't a caricature. Here's an actual quote and another. One variant this time from Catholic Answers staff apologist Trent Horn. Saying that Pope has not given any recent interviews to Scalfari, and this detail comes from older interviews with the Pope from a few years ago. Says he is dismayed that so many people fail to give the Holy Father the benefit of the doubt. Then he talks about the Scalfari strategy. First time that Francis caused controversy was in an interview. It was in 2013 at the very outset of his papacy. In that interview, he made statements that immediately became infamous. The most serious of evils that afflict the world these days are youth unemployment and the loneliness of the old. Everyone has his own idea of good and evil and must choose to follow the good and fight evil as he conceives them. That will be enough to make the world a better place and convert you. Proselytism is solemn nonsense. You have to meet people and listen to them. This interview indirectly gave birth to this exact website, apparently, interestingly enough. Let's see. So it alerted him to concerns about Francis were shared by a great many Catholics. So, let's see. There is a current denial in nascent form, not a verbatim transcript, but, and this is the part they no longer admit because they can't, a representation that accurately captures the sense of what the Pope says. As for the promised correction of any grave misinterpretation, it never came. Not that time, not any of the 9 times, by this author's count, that interactions between Scalfari and Francis have made the news, and it lists 9 separate links, ranging from October of 2013 all the way into October of last year. If the Pope had an objection to the way Scalfari represents him, wouldn't you think he would have said something by now? Okay. And this is coming out of the Catholic camp.
So the question here, basically to summarize this, is...
Who do you want to believe in this regard?
I'm sorry?
It seems to boil down to who should you trust between the two. But no retraction's ever been posted by Scalfari. No action has ever been taken against Scalfari by the Vatican or Pope Francis.
Yeah. To summarize the tone of the article, the author, the question is that there are interviews that were done where no notes were taken with someone whose religious views are clearly against the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
And the Church and the Pope have denied that those statements were accurate, but because they have refused to actually take action or demand a retraction, the author of this article is supposing that the Church intentionally wants these erroneous statements out there as a way of making Catholicism more palatable to middle of the road.
No, I think looking further at it, it seems as though, and this is at the tone of the article is actually, it has no doubt become clear to you that the Pope is using Scalfari to propagate his most extreme ideas under a veneer of plausible deniability. Recall again what Father Lombardi, then papal spokesman, said in response to controversy over that first 2013 interview. Pressed by reporters on the reliability of the direct quotations, Lombardi said during an October 2nd briefing that the text accurately captured the sense of what the Pope had said, and that if Francis felt his thought had been gravely misrepresented, he would have said so. That's from the papal, that's from the spokesman for the Pope at the time, saying that apparently Francis completely agreed with what Scalfari wrote.
Or agreed enough that it contained the heart of the message.
So apparently all atheists can go to heaven.
I'm gonna be honest. And my understanding, I don't even know if there really is like a physical heaven or not, but that's kind of besides the point.
I mean, so Catholic news source, Catholic investigative journalism about, head super duper Papa Catholic talking to
Literally Papa Catholic.
I
Did
mean,
you do that on
what?
Did you do that on purpose? Because Papa?
Yeah.
Okay.
That, and also I was listening to Ghost earlier today. It's really good music.
It is, but it's
so
they got good songs, they got good music, but
it's fantastic. One of my favorite ones.
Article.
Say what?
Their imagery in correlation to this particular article is obviously satirical and intentionally blasphemous.
Yes, I mean Papa Emeritus, Cardinal Copia. I mean, come on. But no, one of my favorite songs of Ghost, in all honesty, is He Is.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is a complete rip on faith healers and televangelists. Especially when you watch the video.
Yeah.
I mean, in particular, it looks like he's going after Tony Alamo.
Who?
Tony Alamo. He was back in the 80s, 90s, around the same time that Robert Tilton was doing bullshit talking in tongues on live television.
I'm having a hard time remembering him. You could say that I can't remember.
Let me see if I can find something on him real quick.
What was his last name again?
Well, I'm talking about Tony Alamo.
Can't remember him.
The Alamo Christian Foundation.
I just can't remember the Alamo.
You live in Texas. You're like 2 hours from San Antonio. Refresh your memory. But no, Alamo Christian Foundation is a religious cult founded in 1969 by Tony Alamo and one of his wives, Susan.
Got a lot of stuff going wrong with that sentence right there now, don't we?
Yeah. Susan Alamo died in April of 1982 after years of legal troubles, during which he was accused of behaving like an authoritarian cult leader. Alamo was convicted of 10 child sexual assault offenses in 2009, and he remained in prison until his death in May of 2017. What makes this even funnier, well, not funnier, but I don't know.
I was going to have to be funny to begin with if you're going to make
No,
it
was terrible to begin with, but
okay.
Well, Tony Alamo's real name, Bernie Lazar Hoffman.
All right.
Born to a Jewish family, he worked in Hollywood as a pop singer under the names Mark Hoffman and Marcus Abad.
Okay.
And his wife, who died in 1982, who was 9 years older than him, Susan Alamo, who was born Edith Opal Horn in Alma, Arkansas. Twice married and with a daughter, she came to Hollywood and attempted to become an actress. Converting from Judaism to Christianity, she became an itinerant evangelist before meeting Hoffman. After divorcing their respective spouses, Horn and Hoffman married in a 1966 Las Vegas ceremony, legally changing their names to Tony and Susan Alamo. And they started their church, the Alamo Christian Foundation, in Hollywood, California. I mean, in all honesty, when you look at the way the Alamo Foundation was set up, it screams of prototypical Scientology.
Especially 1969. I think everything that was published that year was prototypical Scientology.
Oh, you know it. I mean, Scientology was invented in 52, but I don't know.
So basically,
I still can't get away from. It's hard not to laugh every time I look and read this very serious statement of who is the god of Scientology. Xenu, also called Zemu, was, according to Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard, the dictator of the Galactic Confederacy, who 75 million years ago brought billions of his people to Earth, then known as Tegeac, in DC-8-like spacecraft, stacked them around volcanoes, and killed them with hydrogen bombs.
Drew, no matter how many times you ask me, I'm not going to play Warhammer with you.
Hey, Warhammer 40K is awesome. I'm not a fan of I'm personally not a fan of the tabletop game. I mean, I know a lot of people who are into it. I got a buddy of mine who is almost fanatical about it. But I've seen other people who have, spent every dollar they ever made and put themselves in financial ruin buying those little plastic figurines.
I can see it.
I mean, granted, I can also say that I used to capitalize off of it to a certain extent because I used to paint those things. I used to do contract paint work for army painting, basically.
Yeah.
I was really good at it, too. I enjoyed it. But then, the market dried up because not as many people were doing it. People were moving away, and I no longer lived in an area where it made sense to, drive an hour plus one way to meet somebody to maybe sell services.
Yeah.
Because that's very much still an in-person kind of sale versus online, because you have to meet and develop a relationship with a person because they're going to hand you potentially, thousands of dollars worth of plastic for you to paint.
Were we talking about Vermont again?
No.
Okay.
Talking about miniature army painting.
Oh, okay. I zoned out a little bit there. I thought we had gone back in time.
Yeah. Now the most money I ever made off of painting any particular one was like, I think I made $500 off of one set one time. Painted a Space Marine Army person really wanted, not Dark Angels, the red one, Blood Angels, I think they were called. And man, that took a while. But I think I completed painting the army in like 4 or 5 days, about painting 4 or 5 hours a day. So, wasn't a terrible.
To do something you enjoy, it's nice to get paid.
Oh yeah, no, I really enjoyed painting them. I would never buy them myself just to paint them, because that'd be the only reason I would have them would be to paint them. Yeah. And I enjoy that fine detail work, and it's one of the reasons why I do leather working and stuff like that, because I mean, aside from the tools that are kind of expensive in some ways, the materials generally aren't super duper expensive. You just got to figure out where you can buy from reliably to get what you need.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think that just about covers everything for today. So, was there anything else that you had thought of that came to mind, or any other interesting stories you saw throughout the week that you think might be interesting to people today?
No, just the last kind of thing about heaven and atheists, and that is to the people who might be watching this that are evangelical Christians. The most important thing for us to remember is not to get caught up on the quote unquote rewards of the afterlife, because that's not what Christianity is about. It's not about doing actions or having faith in this life so that you can reap the rewards in the next one. It's about the relationship with God, that you obey his will day to day, and you should be trying to affect real world change here and now. Like, you shouldn't just let the world literally go to hell in hopes that the next life is better.
So I guess that should be a ringing endorsement for anthropogenic climate change is a thing, and you should do something to counteract that.
First of all, you said you weren't going to make this political, and second of all,
Anthropogenic, man-made climate change is not political. It is scientific fact.
I think that the 200 fires that have been set by people in Australia, those people need to be prosecuted, and they need to. Oh,
I agree. I'm not saying that the Australian bushfires are caused by global warming or by climate change. That was an act of act of arson by people. They should be prosecuted for it. They did wrong, but just because climate change did not cause those bushfires, that doesn't mean climate change isn't real.
No, people are saying that the fires were caused by
yes, there are a couple of people who have said that, and they are wrong. But
there's a lot of people on the other side of it. There's a lot of people that are saying that even though it was arsonists that started the fire, it was global warming's fault that they weren't able to do fire management the last year or two, and that the firefighters have been instructed not to do clear burnings in order to prevent explosive wildfires like the ones that are happening now.
I'd say more investigation needs to be done on that side to see whether or not that's an accurate statement or not. I'm not saying that what you're saying that they said isn't accurate, but as to whether or not those individual statements are accurate, that it is due to climate change as to why clear burning or controlled burns weren't able to be done for whatever reason. I mean, it's a possibility. Not saying that that's what happened. But it is a possibility that can't be ruled out until we've officially ruled it out through actual experimentation and examination. But anyway,
that's one of the things that they're dealing with right now. They've got you could say left wing and right wing, but the right wing firefighters are saying that they were instructed by the government not to do controlled burns, and the upper level firefighters who are actually in charge of a lot of the planning, and also a lot of more left-winger politicians are saying that they were unable to do controlled burns because there were fewer safe days on which controlled burns could be done in the past years due to global warming.
Okay, I mean, that very well could be the case. But I mean, to me, it's not a left-wing, right-wing thing, although when you look at it by the numbers, there are more right-wing people who do not accept climate change for whatever reason. And more people are accepting of it on the left because, we recognize it. We look at the data. But there again, when it comes to science denialism overall, that does happen more on the right than it does on the left, because that's where the religious tend to occupy.
I would say that a lot of quote unquote science denial is seated in the
Is seated either in religion, ignorance, lack of education, or deliberate misinformation.
so it's not really going to be that. The seed of it is that the actions are presupposed off of information, and people will say, well, if I don't fully understand the information you're giving, I'm definitely not going to do this other thing, such as carbon credits. Whenever you start saying
Yeah, no, that stuff I don't.
I'm going to dismiss all of the science that you're giving me because I don't like the end result that you're talking about.
No, see, the carbon credit thing I think is nonsense. But that's no reason to dismiss all the environmental data talking about CO2 emissions and this, that, and the other.
Yeah. I think people have got to come up with solutions that are more palatable if they want to get everyone on the same page.
Yeah, it's called expand nuclear energy.
I'm cool with that.
Expand nuclear power. I mean,
and instead of saying these big
have
overarching,
reliable and efficient methods of dealing with the waste, and nuclear power plants are incredibly safe, like insanely safe. We learned from 3 Mile Island. We learned from Chernobyl, to the point where, in the United States, you can completely disable all safety equipment, and the reactor will fail over and essentially kill itself. It'll shut itself down once it gets to a certain temperature. It has built-in fail-safes that don't rely on a computer, that don't rely on a person, that don't rely on a temperature readout. It relies just on basic physics.
But instead of trying to sell people on this idea of an apocalypse, if you can come up with a specific action or a specific policy, and you provide just the supporting evidence in order to justify that particular policy, I think that's a better path of how we can get change going. But when people say, well, all of this stuff is going to happen and the world's going to end in the next 15 years if you don't fix things, and that's why you need to do these 300 things that I'm proposing, including all these trade changes that are going to cripple your economy. It's going to be like, I'm just going to dismiss everything you're saying because it's going to all sound like
except they don't say that. They don't say the world is going to end. Now, Al Gore said stupid shit like that, but what the scientific community says is that these are the possible outcomes. These outcomes are more likely than these other outcomes. These are actions we can recommend based on these possible outcomes to avoid them.
Yeah. But so people don't.
If you do nothing at all, if you don't back anything off, if you keep increasing, if you keep the growth rate as it is, then the potential for these bad things happening go up and continue to go up. And based on what information we have, within the next 15 years or so, some or many of these bad things can come to pass. That's what they say. They don't say, do this or we're all going to die in 15 years. That's due entirely to sensationalist journalism on both sides of the fence. Those who misquote the scientists on the left for purposes of shock value, and then those on the right who will deliberately misinterpret a scientist, again, for shock value, if they're not immediately referencing the left-wing journalist who did it for shock value first.
So your middle-of-the-road people, or I'm not going to say your middle of the road, but your right-wing people are mostly objecting not to the science because honestly, they haven't heard what the scientists say most of the time.
No, because they don't care. They don't want to hear it.
To the quasi celebrity that is misquoting the science for sensationalist value, and that's what they're rejecting.
But in turn, they're refusing to look any further. They stop there. And that's where they bury their head in the sand.
Because it's not up
they
to...
They don't care to go any further. They don't care to go any further. They just don't give a shit.
Because most people, if you're bringing a point to them and you're not backing up with... You're not bringing them the evidence. You're bringing them emotional pleas and bad quotes of different information, and I show you that you're quoting it wrong. This evidence doesn't hold up based upon what you're presenting. It's not up to me to find contradicting evidence.
I'm not saying find contradicting evidence. I'm saying, okay, you don't agree with this person, you don't agree with this article or whatever the hell they're saying. Fine, go read the study. Actually open your damn eyes and read what's being said by the scientific community. But they stop at the article. They don't go any further. That's the problem that I have with the majority of people, is they read the article and that's where they stop. Either they agree with the article or they don't agree with the article.
So is your problem people don't go and research the scientific study themselves, or is the problem that the article doesn't accurately summarize it in a way for laymen to understand? Because you've got plenty
the problem is both, in all honesty.
Yeah.
The problem is both. If you want journalists to accurately dumb things down for a lay audience, then you need people with science degrees on your staff that can do that understand these things, that know how to read these studies and accurately portray that information in a way that a larger number of people can understand. But the problem is, at the end of the day, analogies can only take you so far. For instance, one of the biggest problems nowadays, when talking about evolution, especially coming from theistically minded individuals, is them talking about DNA being a code. It's not. DNA itself is not a code. Code is our way of understanding it. That's how we rationalize this series of proteins and amino acids being used to build a chain. There's not literal information inscribed upon a molecule of DNA. It's chemicals.
I mean, that's really semantics at that point.
But that's the point. But that's the point, is they want to argue on a semantic basis. Oh, this is a literal, actual code, and so then they use that to ride down this pony to hell on a fallacy of false equivalence, equating DNA to computer code.
Okay, I can see that.
You look at any evolution denier. That's one of the first things they go to, is they start equating C++ and Python to DNA.
I've never heard that argument.
Yeah, there's several that do it, and it's one of the dumbest things. Oh, looks like, hey, we got some comments from someone calling themselves Evolution False. He says, as an atheist, I have no worldview to account for the intelligibility of science. Okay, you're going to have to define a few things. What do you mean by intelligibility? Because the way I see it, intelligibility, as defined, is the state or quality of being intelligible, meaning you can understand it. So the only thing that would be required to account for intelligibility of science is that you and I have a way to reliably communicate with each other.
And I think I know where he's coming from. I don't know if you can intelligibly communicate about science if you ignore where it was founded. And the beginnings of science would have been rooted in the university procedure, which would have come from the monasteries and religion. So Western ideas of science come from religion.
Some of them, yes. But they've departed from that. They've departed from being a religious thing for quite a while. I mean, to the point where you look at the National Academy of Sciences, let's see, 97% of them accept evolution.
I mean, I don't really like saying, pro and against evolution, because it's such a term that isn't often used correctly. I am a creationist, so I don't think that humans were evolved from inanimate materials in a primordial soup. But I also think that all dogs were probably the same dog thousands of years ago or millions of years ago. And then
except we have a good evolutionary history of dogs and how they are related to cats and where they diverge along the evolutionary path.
Okay, and at the end of the day, that stuff doesn't bother me, because I don't care about it. But I'm saying I will meet you halfway. I will definitely meet you at St. Bernards and Chihuahuas a long time ago. We're just dog. I'm okay with that. I will accept evolution up to that point.
Okay, so at that point, you then need to make a case for where do you insert a created kind in a cladogram, or where do you insert a created kind in the Linnaean taxonomic ladder? Taxonomic hierarchy.
I started at creatures of the sea, creatures of the air, creatures of the land, and obviously ducks and salamanders were made at midnight in between.
Evolution false, because I don't know you. You can explain your issue of intelligibility in the comment section, and I will happily read it and even post it on here where people can see. That's the best you're going to get so far.
Unless I hit the nail on the head.
Unless.
Yeah, salamanders are made at midnight.
Yes, people. Harry knows how to be facetious.
I think my life is filled with things that some people think are facetious, but it's me just not thinking are quote unquote hills to die on.
Yeah.
I'm very accepting of things that aren't going to change my behavior on a day-to-day basis. Ultimately, if it doesn't affect me, I don't see an issue with it. And I do see an issue with equating human life with animal life as equally valuable in terms of morality. I think it's important to respect animal life, and I think that, animal cruelty is abhorrent. I think it's a great indicator of if someone is cruel to animals, that they're also going to be cruel to people, and that there's a broken morality within them. But I just cannot say that animal life at the end of the day is equally as important and enforceable as human life. I don't think that, killing an animal means that you should receive lethal injection.
Okay. Sorry, I'm also going through and looking at a few things here.
Okay.
see.
And no, I'm not going to have any evidence or scientific fact to back it up, but in my religious views, man, as in humankind, were created separate from animals in God's image. And because I believe that to be true about our unique ability to have that relationship with God, there is absolutely no amount of evidence that will change my mind that humans were different. You could show me evidence to say that salamanders and cats were the same, and I might accept it at some point, but I will never accept that humans were anything other than the way that they were brought into the world as humans.
Okay, and that's what we refer to as science denialism.
I will deny science on that point. That particular one point, I will deny. And that might be the only point that I would just straight up deny science on.
Okay. Let's see.
Speaking of science denialism, what is up with the weird trend of more educated people being anti-vaxxers than less educated people?
I'd have to see. You'd have to show me an actual statistic on that.
I was listening to NPR the other day, so I don't have it with me, but apparently it's an easy stat to pull up, where it's actually like people in their late 20s, early 30s with children that are higher income and have college degrees are more likely to be anti-vax than people that have just a high school education or did not finish high school. People with lower education are more likely to kind of buy into the whole communal vaccination thing. I don't know why I said buy into. I mean, it's a thing, but I said it like, oh, you know, that thing of community vaccination where if no one has smallpox, then no one can get it. No, like that's the thing. If no one has smallpox, no one can spread it.
Yeah.
But apparently they just, they're not into it.
Yeah, that I honestly don't know.
Yeah. Well, they were talking about also how there's like some specific groups that are labeled as anti-vax, but are actually like trying to raise awareness about particular people who have medical reasons not to get a vaccination. And they get thrown in with the whole anti-vax group, but they're actually more about a patient safety organization. I didn't get the name of the group, but apparently they're facing headaches in California for telling people, hey, if you have these, medical issues, you should not get, I can't remember if it's the chicken pox or if it's a flu shot or what it is, but they're like, don't get it because you're allergic to it. And they're being put into like the whole anti-vax community as a threat to public safety.
Okay.
I know one of them is egg allergies, but I can't remember what the other one was.
Right. Let's see if he's posted any more comments.
That sounded like it was going to be an interesting conversation. I hope he does post some more.
Yeah, evolution false. You can put more information in the comments section, and if I become a bit more comfortable with you, then we can talk about having a show with you on. I'm happy to do that, but I'm not just going to invite you on just out of hand because you keep demanding to be invited on.
Did he ask?
He just keeps saying, invite me on, invite me on, invite me on, invite me on, and I will explain the issue of intelligibility. Explain it in the comments.
Yeah.
Give me some information in the comments that I can work off of, that I can build off of, and yeah, we'll talk about it. But you're not just going to sit here and spam my comment section, demanding to be invited on, when I don't know you, I don't know who you are, and in fact, just consistently and constantly demanding to be brought on the show makes me not want to do it.
Yeah.
Because it makes you look like a crazy person.
And just so you all know, like, I've known Drew for a little bit. Like, we knew each other in person before he had this, or before he even had the channel, right?
Well before I had the channel.
Yeah. And I have like a background in public presentation and speaking, and I've had other channels that I've been on where I did movie reviews and stuff. So this isn't just me like, oh, I'm going to be on your show because I disagree with you. This is like, okay, well, I'll regularly be available on Sundays, and we can discuss some issues and have some clash and hopefully get audience participation via comments.
Okay, so he goes as far as saying intelligibility requires a worldview or framework for facts. Facts require a context, and especially a metaphysical context. Okay, first and foremost, you need to define your terms. Define intelligibility. That's what I want you to do. I want you to define intelligibility, because intelligibility, as far as I have been able to find, is defined as this.
Yeah, you can't really talk about facts and the metaphysical at the same time. That's
the definition of intelligibility. The state or quality of being intelligible. That's what that word means. So intelligible simply means, are you able to communicate?
I'd be willing to give him the argument that if you don't have an understanding of...
If he's talking about philosophy, intelligibility is what can be comprehended by the human mind in contrast to sense perception. So the intelligible method is thought thinking itself, or the human mind reflecting on itself. Okay, that still comes back to, are you able to comprehend?
Yeah, but once you throw in metaphysical, that's where I'm kind of lost.
And I'm still not even convinced that metaphysics has to be a thing, because a lot of that stems back to Aristotle, and it relied on certain aspects of the physical world not being the way they are.
Yeah, that's why I say, like, I don't think that you are able to justify anything as having a metaphysical explanation or not when discussing things with an atheist. Because
so evolution Paul says intelligibility means a fact means something in virtue of its context or the system that the fact derives or exists in. Well, I hate to break it to you, if you're using it in a philosophical sense, that's not the definition, because I just read that.
I think that's the definition of true.
Yeah. So if you want the philosophical definition to start being used here, well, that
but at the end of the
that's
day,
the definition. If you want to talk about the philosophical definition.
Yeah, if you deny that metaphysics exists, then you aren't going to be able to comprehend metaphysics, but it's not going to affect your awareness of a term like, what was the original term we were discussing? Science?
And he said intelligibility of science, to explain the intelligibility of science was what he talked about.
Different than metaphysics. It's not really the same thing.
Yeah.
Unless you start getting...
now he's claiming that I'm dodging because I'm afraid. No, I'm posting the definition of the word that seemingly attempting to redefine. Because in modern English and in philosophy, despite they have two different definitions, neither of those definitions line up with what you just said. You said means a fact, means something in virtue of its context or the system that the fact derives or exists in. That does not equate to what can be comprehended by the human mind in contrast to sense perception. It's can you reason for reason's sake? No, I asked you for the definition, not your definition. Your definition means nothing. If it's not representative, like I get it, it means something to you in how you're trying to explain and understand things, but you need to adhere to something. You want to talk about foundations and frameworks. Okay, I've given you the two frameworks, modern English and philosophy. Choose one.
I'm more interested in figuring out what metaphysics are required to understand science.
Yeah, exactly. No, I have not moved the goalpost. Yes, I did ask what you meant. I asked what you meant by it initially, and then I rephrased that later on before you said anything about what intelligibility is to you need to define your terms. What is intelligibility? And then I pulled up the definition of intelligibility. I didn't ask for your specific definition of it.
Well, we can come back to that later, but I want to know about the metaphysics. What do you need to understand about metaphysics in order to understand actual science?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, let's go with that. Come on. All right, evolution, false. What in metaphysics is required to be understood to understand anything about science? Because I'll say I went through a lot of physics without looking at a single metaphysics book.
I think the natural, it is important to understand, even if you don't believe, it is important to understand the church and the Bible in order to understand Western ideas of natural science and the scientific method.
Either way, he says the game you are playing as if my definition is different. No, I don't care what your definition is. I care what the definition is. Are you using the word intelligibility in a philosophical sense or just in the English language sense? Because those are two different definitions. You would have to know or presuppose the reality of the physical world. That doesn't mean I know anything or understand anything about metaphysics. I mean, if you want to argue about presuppositionalism or presupposing things, at the end of the day, we all end up running in circles, no matter what. It doesn't matter what area you approach it from, whether from a theistic standpoint or an atheistic standpoint, it all comes down to a great big circle. I would have to presuppose the uniformity of nature.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I don't think
yes, I rely on the fact that there are patterns within there are patterns within nature, within the universe, that seem to follow a particular path.
Well, the assumption is that nature is a ecosystem that if you change one thing, then it has other effects. It's a system that can be managed and manipulated because it's intentional. And that goes back to what I was talking about, the Western ideas of natural science.
Mm-hmm. Except that we found, like, through difference, that gravity is actually a pretty weak force. I mean, so
not gravity, but I mean, like,
that's one of the big things that I've seen bandied about, is that You change gravity a little bit and suddenly nothing works or whatever.
Oh, no, I'm talking more about like environmental ecology, like the water system and
Yeah, the butterfly effect, basically.
well, yeah, the water system and plants and animals and how they have these symbiotic relationships with each other, and there's like a natural balance to it. In at least in Western society and civilization, we make the presupposition that is built upon a natural design or an intentional design. We look at the word natural to mean almost like the created worldview.
Mm-hmm.
And that links back to the monastic universities.
Yeah.
But I don't see what that has to do with metaphysics.
He's talking about the uniformity of nature, saying that it is that it's a metaphysical concept, a metaphysical presupposition. And the uniformity of nature, best I can find a definition for, is a doctrine or principle of the invariability or regularity of nature. But what regularity? I mean, like what regularity are we talking about there?
It's a system. It's a
it's a system of understanding, but our system of understanding for what is and isn't regular in nature changes pretty constantly.
Right. But the idea, at least as I keep going back to, at least in Western civilization, is that the natural was how it was intended.
Yeah. It looks like it was focused on what's on this planet. When you talk about the natural ecological things, the uniformity of nature and whatnot, that doesn't extend to physics. Not really. I mean, okay, the only uniformity that we've observed, like true uniformity that we've been able to observe in nature, is the speed of light. That's a constant. Like that, like there. So here's something that comes out of like actual physics. There is no such thing as absolute motion. You are only ever in motion relative to something else.
Okay.
So yeah, there is no absolute motion, and that's one major point of contention. I don't know. I'm half tempted to bring him on, but he keeps saying, "Invite me on, invite me on, invite me on." My post show, I am not trolling. I am serious contender.
I'd say give him a couple of episodes of regularly showing up and participating, and
we'll do that. We'll do that. I agree with Harry on that one. So keep in mind, Evolution False, Harry is theistically minded, so he's actually more inclined to side with you than me. So we've heard from you today. Try and condense everything into something cohesive, like an entire argument, and start showing some participation. Watch a few more shows, one or two maybe, and then I'll see about having you on specifically, either with me and Harry, or we'll do a special episode with just the two of us. And to help out a little bit, you can send anything you need to that email. It's also in the video description of every video that I've done, I think. No, it's on the contact information. Excuse me. No, I'm not dodging. I'm not scared of you in the slightest. It's RIGHT. I've already been on the air for almost 3 hours. It's my channel.
Yeah, we know the 2-hour show.
We normally don't even go past 2. So that's my email. We will arrange something. Postponing is not dodging, you Nimrod. Postponing is postponing.
It's a bad thing.
Say what?
You say Nimrod like it was a bad thing, but obviously Nimrod was a great hunter.
Yeah, but didn't like bad things say to him happen to him? I use Nimrod in the like. I mean, it's
one of my favorite.
skillful hunter for literary, but like North American, it's informal.
The most redneck verse there is in the Bible. And so-and-so was so-and-so's daddy, was so-and-so's daddy, was so-and-so's daddy. And let me tell you.
You know, because he's whining about it, I'm going to give him 5 minutes. We're going to have him on. We're going to give him 5 minutes. He wants to whine about it.
No, it's not just going to be like a dick on the screen.
Say what?
We haven't.
See, that's the great thing. If it is that, I can just boot him. It's not that hard. So I mean, he's in my realm of things. I have total control over this.
Okay.
So you tried to get him before, and you gave the same dodge. I don't remember seeing you on any of my previous streams, homie.
Unless he had a different name. Because
he would have had to have shown up under a different name. But no, I don't just invite random people on. But if you're gonna be this obnoxious about it, then fine, I will give you a couple of minutes. So evolutionfalls@gmail.com. That's his email. So evolutionfalls@gmail.com. Link to stream.
Oh. The Crystals dude.
No, I don't think this is the Crystals. No, because Crystals dude didn't ask to come on the show.
He did. You're right. For it. I think this is Crystals dude.
You think this is Crystals?
They have
oh man
from the comments.
I mean, yeah, it could be. All right, you just got an email from that email address on the screen. I've already sent you the link. I've already sent you the link.
The bad aura, the negative energy crystals or whatever.
You got a camera, dude?
What if he doesn't even have a microphone? He just like talks with Microsoft Sam.
Oh no, that'll get him booted. I'm sorry. I'm not listening. I'm not listening to. I don't want to listen to someone talking like it sounds like Wally having sex with a speaking spell. All right, so he's in now. So we're gonna come over. I'm gonna add him to the stream. All right, so Mr. Evolution False, you got any kind of other name we can call you by, because it's kind of a goofy one.
You can call me Duncan.
Duncan? Okay, Duncan.
Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. I'm not a troll. Okay, my point is your position that you're an atheist, but you're talking about science and sciencey things.
Yes.
In order for science to be intelligible, there has to be a model of reality or a worldview that provides for its intelligibility. You cannot have a fact that is contextless. Okay, because if you maintain that, it would be an uninterpreted fact and meaningless. So, for example, as I wrote in my post, science has to presuppose a number of conceptual pillars. The first one is the reality of the external physical world, right?
Okay.
So if you don't presuppose the conceptual framework or a model of reality that the external physical world is real, then discussion of scientific endeavors is meaningless. You have to presuppose the causal principle, that there are causal relations between events. Without that fundamental metaphysical commitment or principle, okay, in your worldview, you can't talk about science or empirical endeavors. It would be meaningless.
I can agree that cause and effect is a thing.
Right. So do you understand that you need a worldview that provides for the causal principle? Okay, that's a metaphysical context that must be in place first before you can talk about evidence. You can't talk about evidence as being meaningful and intelligible if you don't presuppose metaphysically the causal principle. You understand?
So now let me stop you there. Are you talking about, when you talk about causal principle, are you talking specifically about Descartes' version?
No, I'm talking about that events are preceded by causes, that there's a cause and effect relationship between events.
Okay.
Now, as an atheist, you're talking about the meaningfulness and viability of science. So in your world, if your worldview is a worldview of chance, where all events are spontaneous occurrences and that have no causal relation, then discussion of science and evidence would be meaningless.
Oh, hang on. I gotta stop.
Let me just finish one more thing. So when you invoke science and evidence, is the world that you're invoking science is a world of chance or a world of non-chance?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but to go back into what you were saying, like to pick apart a few things. Okay, something can be chance. Like there's a chance that when I roll a dice, it'll come up any number that's on the face of the dice.
No, you're referring to probability. I'm not talking about probability. I'm talking about chance or spontaneous events that have no causal relation to anything else. So when you invoke science, do you do so in a world where all events are spontaneous and unrelated? Or are you invoking science in a world where there is the causal principle and the uniformity of nature? Which world are you in?
May I interject?
Yeah, go for it, Harry.
So my understanding of atheist worldview, especially when it comes to evolution, is not so. I don't think that chance and probability are either accurate ways of describing it, because there's the idea that there's all possibilities are accepted as having happened at some point, and that the options that survive are the ones that have been allowed.
We weren't talking about biology or evolution.
Okay, so based on everything that I could find on chance in its relation to philosophy, is chance and probability are used interchangeably.
Well, that's not how I'm using them. I explained to you that I'm talking about chance.
I'm not interested in how.
Well, I didn't say that I'm going to go by somebody else's definition. I'm asking you, in the world that you're. Well, what you're doing is you're playing a game of bait and switch. I'm asking you a question. Yes, you are. You did it with the previous definition. Now, let me get this out. I'm asking you, when you invoke science, all right, that there's evidences for things, does that exist in a world where all events are unrelated and unconnected to each other? They spontaneously occur? Or is it in a world where there is the causal sequencing and laws of nature?
Okay, so laws of nature, what we describe them as, when you talk about laws of motion, things like that, those are our descriptions of the world around us. Those are things that we observe. So you can't
observe the laws of nature. That's metaphysically impossible.
No,
you can conceptualize them.
We observe
phenomena in nature. That's false. That's a fallacy of induction. Would you like me to explain? No. It's a fallacy of induction. Would you like me to explain?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Explain it.
Okay. Now, suppose I told you that I went on a worldwide trip and I observed white swans in every country that I went to, and I did not observe any non-white swan. And then I said to you, all swans are white as a universal. Okay? A universal is what we call a law. All right? Now, if it's not universal, then it's not a law. All right? So if I told you all swans are white, in virtue of the consistency of my experience, that would not be logically necessitated. Do you understand?
Okay.
You cannot observe universals. You can conceptualize them. You can appeal to a line of reasoning such as induction, but it's going to be a fallacy. It's called the problem of induction in empiricism. You cannot appeal that the whole conforms to the part, that the whole logically comports to the part. That's the fallacy of induction. So when you appeal to the, let me finish. If you take any courses in science or the philosophy of science, one of the biggest problems of dealing with science is called the problem of induction. All right. So you cannot derive universals from an inductive investigation. That's a fallacy.
I agree that induction in and of itself is a problem. That doesn't mean it can't provide any answers.
No, you're not. You didn't address what I just said. I said it is a fallacy to assert the necessity of universals by an inductive process. An inductive process, by its very nature, would be incomplete. It would be a part and not the whole. So you cannot establish, unless you're omniscient, you cannot establish universals by an inductive process. That is a fallacy.
But we don't establish them as universals. They're assumptions.
Then what you are doing is you are begging the question. You are asserting that they are the case, that there are these universals based upon some consistencies. That's the fallacy of all swans are white. Now, what I'm asking you is, you want to talk about the meaningfulness, viability, and intelligibility of science. In order to do so, there have to be some prerequisites first in your world. One has to be the reality of the external physical world.
Okay.
Two, you must have that. Otherwise, statements about science become gibberish. Now, you have to presuppose the reality of the external physical world. You're also going to have to adopt the necessity of the causal principle, that there are causal connections and relations between events. If you do not start in your world or your framework that there are causal relations between events at all, then discussion of science is meaningless. You also have to hold to the uniformity of nature first. You cannot appeal to induction or empirical endeavors to establish the uniformity of nature, because the uniformity of nature is going to be needed as a precondition in order to talk about sense perception. All sense perception relies upon the precondition that nature operates in some regular ways. If you don't start with the presupposition that nature operates in some law-like or regular ways, then eyesight and hearing, touch, taste, and smell become meaningless. So you need a metaphysical framework. You need a metaphysical worldview with a number of conceptual pillars first before you can talk about science. Now, I'll ask you a simple question. Can you talk about the meaningfulness and intelligibility of science if you do not presuppose the metaphysical framework of the causal principle, that there are causal relations between events?
I guess this is where I'm getting thrown off. Why is it a metaphysical framework?
Well, hang on. I've already agreed to that cause and effect is a thing. Okay. We've already established that. So why are you, number one, why are you re-asking that question? Number two, laws of nature. Our abstractions of them, these descriptions, these are based on phenomena that we've observed repeatedly, and we make an assumption based off that observation.
Yeah, that's a fallacy. You've committed the fallacy of begging questions. It's called induction. I just explained it to you.
Yes, inductive reasoning, except inductive
reasoning
content.
when you use inductive reasoning and say therefore and you insert a universal, that's a fallacy.
Where have I inserted a universal?
Okay. How do you establish the laws of nature? You said you did so by sense data and sense experience. That's a fallacy. You cannot establish universals by an inductive process.
They were universal, did I?
Okay. If you are there
assumptions.
Okay. Then they are right. So then they're not established that they're necessarily the case. But you see, in order for statements of science to be intelligible, it's going to necessarily be the case that there is the causal principle and the uniformity of nature. In the case that the uniformity of nature does not exist, then statements about science become meaningless. So you need a metaphysic of the uniformity of nature first in order to make intelligible scientific statements.
No, that's incorrect.
Yes, no, it is absolutely correct. Explain to me how you can explain any empirical endeavor without presupposing by implication the uniformity of nature.
We make the assumption that the things that we have observed are going to continue to behave as we've.
That's begging the question.
Okay.
What
You're doing is that's a fallacy. You're not listen. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm trying to educate you. I'm trying to educate you on the fundamental mistake here you're not understanding. If you start with an assumption and then you build on an assumption, okay? If you start with assumption X and you say, therefore Z, okay? The assertion of Z depends upon the assumption, but the assumption is arbitrary. Therefore, the assertion of necessity is arbitrary as well.
Virtually everything we do with science starts with an assumption. We make, or more appropriately, a hypothesis.
Yeah, a metaphysic.
We start with a hypothesis of.
Do you start with metaphysical presuppositions?
Do this when applied to this.
Do you start with a metaphysical framework first before you can talk about science?
As far as at least as far as cause and effect, I suppose.
Okay, so you have to have a metaphysical worldview first before you can have intelligibility for science.
Except I still haven't agreed to your whatever definition of intelligibility that you posted.
I wrote down, I'll repeat it again for you. I wrote down intelligibility. That means a statement of fact or a proposition or predication means something with respect to the context or system that it is derived from. You cannot have a systemless fact. You cannot have a contextless fact. So that's why you need a metaphysical framework first, a worldview or a model of reality, before you can start talking about science. Now, most of the time, it's simply implicit and not talked about. But you have a metaphysical framework. You presuppose the reality of the external physical world. You presuppose the causal principle and the uniformity of nature in order to discuss the intelligibility of science. So I'll simply ask you a question. Do you presuppose the metaphysic of the uniformity of nature so as to have intelligibility for science?
I'll agree to it. In the interest of moving this discussion along, I'll agree to it in the hopes that you've got a point.
Okay, so you've now agreed that you need a metaphysical framework, all right? You need a worldview before you can talk about the intelligibility of science. So are we on the same page?
I'll grant it to you for now.
Okay, good. As an atheist, how are you able to ascertain what the nature or metaphysic is about reality that's going to provide for any statement of fact? What is your worldview, and how did you determine it?
Like I said, it's still an assumption. I mean, that's as far as it's going to go.
So in other words, you're violating your own atheist criterion of belief. You want God to be justified, to believe in God. You withhold belief in God because God is not justified, but you adopt the negation.
I withhold belief in God based on no evidence has been presented.
Okay. That's an atheist cliche. How did you determine that all facts don't stand in causal relations with God?
Because it's an unnecessary step.
How do you know? No, that's a meaningless statement. Listen carefully to my question. When you say there's no evidence for God, that's a conclusion. May I finish, please? Listen.
When you get what I said correct. I didn't
say there's no evidence for God.
I didn't say there was no evidence.
Okay. Well, here's the problem.
I have not yet been presented with evidence.
Yeah, okay, listen, I've heard this many times before. You've already made a determination that the sun, the moon, and the stars, the apple, the cat, okay, grass blowing in the wind, you've already made a determination in your mind that they do not stand in causal relations with God. There's only two positions on it. You cannot be neutral toward the ultimate. Are you aware of that? Whatever the ultimate is, you can't be neutral toward it.
We can explain apples and people and sun, moon. We can explain those things without the use of a deity.
No, you can't.
How not?
Because I'll explain it to you. Because there's only two categories of fact in existence. There's the ultimate and the non-ultimate. There's the eternal and there's the temporal. Okay? So what is ultimate is the ground of all existence, the reason why anything at all exists. And then there is the dependent, things that begin to exist. Now, in order to have intelligibility or an explanation of something that begins to exist, such as a color or let's say an apple or anything else, you're going to need to know what is ultimate. That will be the basis of things that begin. All right. Now, since you do not accept that God is ultimate, that God is the necessary prerequisite for facts, then you are operating from some other implicit ultimacy as a context for facts. What is that?
Reality.
What is that?
Reality is the context.
So, okay, so are you a monist? Reality is one?
I'm not familiar with monism. I have to.
Okay, well, monism. Well, monism means that there's just one unified set, whereas dualism is that, for example, I'm a dualist. I would hold that God is ultimate, and He creates creation, and He's distinct. There's God in His creation, so we have twoism, dualism. You're a monist, so you're appealing to what is ultimate, is reality. Now, is reality one? Or is it simply an abstract set of many?
What are you meaning by is it an abstract set of many?
Well, when you say reality, is reality an abstraction of a set of particulars and many things, or is reality something that is just of one essence?
I can't say that I know that off the top of my head.
Well, you just told me that reality was ultimate. So I want to know what is it. I want to know what that framework actually means. Is reality one, or is it simply a set of many? Because if you're going to tell me, that your ultimate provide.
What's that, Harry?
I was going to say, from your perspective, reality would be an abstract of multiple observations akin to the scientific method.
That's what I was thinking, but as far he was going a few different places, so I want to make sure I had it straight.
Yeah.
All right, so continue, Duncan. Sorry for muting you.
I asked you what is ultimate that provides for dependent facts. So now what you're referring to as ultimate is an abstract set, or is reality a concrete? There's a difference between reality being it's either an abstraction or it's something concrete. Is reality one, or is it an abstraction of a set of many different things?
Based on what Harry's saying and based on what I appear to have said so far, abstraction of a set of many things.
Okay, so where do you get any universals or to unify all these many different things so you have intelligibility? Well, if you don't, then you cannot have intelligibility for particulars. This is called the one and the many problem in philosophy. It's a perennial problem that not only afflicts metaphysics and philosophy, it also afflicts the nature of science. You have to ignore this problem to even attempt to talk about the intelligibility of science. See, if you're going to talk about the intelligibility of scientific things, you're going to have to answer the problem of unity and diversity. Now, you just told me that reality is simply an array of many particulars, that it is not just one. Okay, so you're telling me that you don't need God as an ultimate context, and I'm going to show you that what you're saying is impossible. All right, now you're appealing to the many, right? All the many particulars in existence as a framework to provide for the intelligibility of science. Now, where do you get any universals, okay, conceptual universals, to show that there is any type of unity or relationship between the particulars? Because if you don't answer that question, you don't have intelligibility for science as an atheist.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
We arrive at it through observation, except we're not saying.
No, you can't observe universals. That's a fallacy.
I didn't say they were universal. Now did I? So
okay, if you don't have universals, then you.
Okay, so I'm muting him for a moment because I don't do interruptions on my show. Sorry. We make observations. I didn't say they were universals. There are what we describe as laws of nature, laws of motion, laws of thermodynamics, things like that. We arrive at these assumptions through sense data. That is the problem of induction. You don't solve that by inserting a deity. What it seems that you're steering towards, Duncan, and I'll unmute you in a moment to allow you to reply to that, is it seems that you're steering towards presuppositionalism, towards either the Van Tillian or the Bonson aspect of it, of revelatory knowledge, which is essentially a claim, attempted to make a claim of a priori knowledge with a posteriori content. So you have a priori knowledge, which is knowledge that you can claim with certainty, but it doesn't provide any actual genuine content, versus a posteriori knowledge, which is never known with 100% certainty. And I don't claim to know anything with 100% certainty. I never have. I'm not going to. But it provides genuine content about reality. And then you have this revelatory epistemology that what it seems like you're steering towards. I'm not saying that's what you are steering towards, but it seems that way. Where you're trying to claim that because God has ordained it or God has revealed it in such a way that we know to be true, and a posteriori claim of genuine content with a priori certainty. So I'm going to unmute you. Feel free to reply to that. Just needed to get that out there. You're back.
Yeah, well, what you did is you did bait and switch. You did not answer my question. You told me that reality is an abstract set of many particulars, and I said, where do you get unifiers from? Are they asserted arbitrarily in violation of your atheist criterion of belief? How do you arrive at any universals to make sense of all the array of different particulars as an atheist? Can you answer that, please?
I believe I've already answered it.
No, you didn't. In fact, when I asked you the question the first time, you muted me. Then you went into a short monologue, okay, talking about Van Til. You still have yet to answer the question. You told me you can make sense of science, okay, without the resort to an ultimate God. So I asked you, what is it that's ultimate? You told me reality. And I said, what is reality? Is it simply of one? May I finish, please? You told me that the ultimate is reality. I asked you, is that reality simply a one, or is it an abstract set of the many? You told me it's an abstract set of the many. So okay. from this set of the many, how do you, by logical necessity, arrive at any universals? You can sit there and arbitrarily assert universals by appealing to induction, but that's a fallacy, as I've already explained. Now, what I'd like to know from you, and this is the third time I've asked, how do you as an atheist derive by logical necessity any universals in order to have intelligibility of all the particulars?
Sounds like there's not enough.
I don't derive universality. I don't derive universals.
If you don't have universals, then you can't make sense of the particulars. It's called the one and the many problem. You have no unifiers. Universals are unifiers, like classes of things. You're going to have to establish that classes or universals are real rather than illusory. Now, in order to make sense of your world of an array of particulars, either the classes or universals are going to have to be real rather than illusory. So are the universals and classes real?
Again, we still haven't established universals. I mean, I understand.
Are the universals real?
I haven't said that there are universals, now have I?
Okay, then if you don't have, are there universals?
You're asking how I justify universals when I don't claim universals.
Okay, so all you have is unrelated, unconnected particulars. Is that correct?
We can see cause and effect. We can
No,
see.
you can't. That's a fallacy.
Really? Because
no, the mind imposes no. David Hume of the 17th century refuted that. Your mind is imposing a cause and effect relationship because there's a conjunction of events. That's a fallacy. Now, I ask you, can you establish by logical necessity, by a deductive argument, that there are any universals?
Again, I haven't claimed that they're universals, so why would I offer it?
Can you have intelligibility for an array of particulars without any universals?
as far as we've defined intelligibility, which your definition doesn't really make any sense, intelligibility is the ability to be understood.
Yeah, you're not answering my question. You're dodging.
No, I'm not dodging your question. You haven't asked an intelligible question.
Can you have intelligibility for an array of particulars without there being any universals?
If there is a context to it, I can understand that context.
That answer was gibberish. Can you have intelligibility and meaning for an array of?
The question is gibberish.
Listen, no, the question is a legitimate one. It's a philosophical one. It's called the one and the many problem. Have you ever heard of it? It's a perennial problem in philosophy. Now, you as an atheist claim that you can have intelligibility for an array of particulars. Okay, you say that there's an array of particulars out there and you can have intelligibility for science. In order to have intelligibility for an array of particulars, you have to have certain universals or classes of things, and they have to be real and not illusory. So are universals or classes of things a necessary prerequisite for intelligibility of particulars? Do you have an answer?
Not at the moment. I'm actually going through and rereading a few things on one and the many.
Okay, so you don't have an answer. So you don't have a framework for the intelligibility of the many, do you?
Just because I don't have an answer to your question doesn't mean I don't.
No, you told me you told me that you can have intelligibility for the particulars in your worldview, and you have one right now. Either you have it or you don't. Which is it?
Again, it goes back to what we're talking about as far as intelligibility goes.
I asked you a question. You're evading it.
No, I'm not evading it. So if you'll just stop interrupting me, or I'm going to mute you again, and then I'll continue my answer, which you'll call a monologue like you did the last one, even though that was the actual answer.
I'm waiting for an answer to my question.
Again, the interruptions, dude. Come on.
What unifies any particular, sir?
What unifies any?
By logical necessity, not by arbitrary declaration. How do you establish any universals to make a sense of an array of particulars?
I haven't claimed to establish any universals.
And then
going back to this.
Then does your world have any universals that you can present by logical necessity?
I don't know of any universals right off the top.
Okay, then if you don't know any universals, then laws of nature would be invoking a type of universals. So you see, on the one hand, you say you don't know you have any universals, but on the other hand, you talk about laws of nature. Those are universals.
Yes, because they're assumptions based on observation.
No. So then they're arbitrary.
Yes,
they are arbitrary. Are they arbitrary then? Because if they're not arbitrary, then you're going to give me a logically necessary rationale for how you establish in a non-fallacious way these universals. Appealing to sense perception is trying to establish universals via induction. You cannot establish universals by induction. That's a fallacy. You can only do it unless
that we're not establishing universals via induction.
Are there any actual universals in your world?
I've not claimed that there are any.
Then all you have is an array of unrelated, unconnected particulars, and you don't have a background for intelligibility of science.
Based on what you're saying, okay.
Good. So now you've just conceded that your worldview doesn't provide a framework for intelligibility of science, which was my initial question in the text chat.
That would be under the
except we're operating under this definition of intelligibility that you bring up that doesn't match.
Yeah, and you're doing what you did in the first time. What you're attempting to do is saying that you asked me. I'm using a term. I did not tell you that I was using the definition of intelligibility from this source, that source. I told you how I'm using the word intelligibility. Intelligibility means that a proposition, a fact, or a predication means something from within the system that it is derived. But you don't know what the system is, do you?
I don't agree to your definition.
No. The fact about I didn't ask you to agree with it. Do you have a system by which to make sense of unrelated particulars?
Science.
No, you're not understanding. You need a system first before you have science. Science is not a worldview, sir. Science depends upon a worldview. You've got it backwards. You have the cart before the horse.
All right. What are you saying, Harry? And you're getting muted for a minute, Duncan, so he can actually answer.
So I think what this basically boils down to is that in an atheistic worldview, you don't have a unified theory that combines all your observations. Of course, that also means that you can't actually have laws of nature. You can have theories of nature that at any point in time could be disproven.
Theories are informed by laws, and yes, they could be disproven.
You could come across something at any point in time that could completely destroy everything that you accept as quote-unquote science. Now, in a religious background, there is the assumption or the pre-assumption that the laws of nature were created intelligently or were given to us by God, which means that we can off of that assumption in order to make sense of the world around us. So the first religious universities in the Western world would have been able to rapidly advance their understanding based upon those suppositions. And I think that's what we're down to, is that it's a question between relativism of whether your idea is universal or whether it's just based upon your empirical evidence that you've observed, or whether something is real and true.
And what we've arrived at in science today is that it's all based on our observation. So we assume that it's going to continue to be uniform. We assume that it's going to continue along the way we've observed it to be.
The difference is that
and that's what we've done. That's what we've done with several things. Like when you look at gravity, okay, the Newtonian constant of gravity, it works on this planet. It doesn't work so well in space. That's when we go to general and special relativity with Einstein. And that works on the celestial macro. But then when you break the physics down further and you get into quantum physics, well, all of a sudden, the Einstein theories of relativity don't quite make sense anymore. They tend to break down. And so that's why we have the research in quantum theory that we do. I mean, so these laws are based upon observation, and they work until they don't.
But here's the ultimate difference, is that in a non-God-centered worldview of science, everything is just observations. And that is what the scientific method is for.
Yes.
In a God-centered worldview of science, then observations are ways that you enforce through hypothesis and through testing the laws that are existent already. You didn't create the laws through observation. The laws were there. We are verifying and observing them to understand how they work. And that's basically what it boils down to.
Okay, so even at this point, we don't actually have any universals for anything, even in physics. We have things that work within a relative framework. I mean,
there are universals that hold true. The exact application of those and how they're defined may change based upon new observations, but the universal truth holds over time. Just the way that it's observed and how it can be applied is different.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I just gave you an example with gravity that doesn't quite bear out.
That's not. First of all, I'm not a physicist that's gone into studying gravity and outer space. Second of all, that doesn't necessarily mean that anything is going to change about our observations of how gravity affects us here on Earth. You're talking about special circumstances that are not commonly observable by people. If anything,
that's what I'm saying. It's relative to the framework. So in the framework of this planet, okay, based on the vast majority of places on this planet, when you pick something up and drop it, it'll fall at a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. That's the observation. The reasoning behind that is because of the structure of our planet. It's a massive, the amount of mass that the body has. And in fact, all of us have a gravitational pull of some sort. It's just ours is so much weaker than the planets that we feel the planets and not our own. We don't pull the planet towards us. The planet pulls us towards it.
Okay.
It's what it's coming. It's what it's coming down to. And so that's where I'm going back to the whole. I still don't agree to the fact. I still don't agree to there being universals, because they only seem to be universal within a particular relative framework. Like, I guess the closest we could come would be maybe some of the aspects of thermodynamics. Talking about a closed system, things tend towards disorder. Talking about the law of entropy. But it's not really tending towards disorder. It's reaching to a net energy of 1, or a net, the overall net exchange is 0. It's approaching a state of equilibrium. I mean, so this is where philosophy breaks from science, or science breaks from philosophy, however you want to look at it. Anyway, I'm going to unmute Duncan now and let him talk. All right, Duncan, you're back.
Yeah, you've completely left the topic. Okay, everything that you say about science depends upon universals, classes, and universals. Can you make intelligible sense out of the array of particulars without universals and classes?
Yes, because they're done so within a relative framework.
No, you're not understanding. Okay, I'm going to have to explain it to you. You're not understanding. You cannot make sense out of an array of particulars if there are no logically necessitated classes or universals. All you have would be unrelated particulars. The only way that you can make sense of all the unrelated particulars is that they have some relation via laws, universals, and classes. For example, if I say to you, and the apple on the counter, what I am saying is that particular on the other particular is a member of a class. The class has a unique set of properties, and in order for it to be a class, there has to be another universal, a law that secures that class. But you do not have any way to logically necessitate these laws or classes. You are simply asserting them arbitrarily, right? Now, you want to believe that the adoption and presentation of God is arbitrary, yet you are arbitrarily asserting a world of particulars where there are classes and universals. Either you're going, in order to make sense out of all the particulars that are out there, when you talk about science, in order for science to be meaningful at all, or any discussion about matters, there's going to have to be unifiers. There's going to have to be classes and universals. But you're going to have to logically necessitate that they are actual as opposed to illusory, like a doppelganger, okay? You could have somebody who's a brother with another brother, and they're in a class that is actual and is not illusory as opposed to a doppelganger. Now, what I'm asking you is, how do you as an atheist, in the grand scheme of things, how do you in a non-arbitrary fashion establish that there are universals and classes in order to have intelligibility for all the particulars? How do you do that?
You say, so I'm looking at the private chat. You say I keep on invoking classes. What classes am I invoking?
Anytime you invoke things like molecules, chemicals, laws, you cannot help but invoke universals or classes of things. Otherwise, you're going to just simply have to name all the particulars like Fifi and Fido. Okay? You can't say dogs and cats. Dogs, cats, molecules, laws, these are all classes of things. There are types of universals. Now,
okay,
do you have a means in your atheist worldview where you reject God as the grand universal, as the ultimate? Do you have a means that is not arbitrary to establish that there are actual universals as opposed to they are illusory? In
the interest of moving this along, I'm just going to go with, okay, they're arbitrary. What's
right?
next?
So you've now admitted that in your atheistic outlook, you have no foundation for the intelligibility of particulars, including science.
Okay, that doesn't mean I can't make scientific observations.
No, you're not understanding. Observations, it would be a meaningless concept, because in order to have observation, you have to have sense perception. In order to have sense perception, you have to have laws. You have to have the causal principle. You have to have nature operating in some law-like ways. Can you have sense perception if nature did not operate according to some laws? The answer is no, you can't. So how do you, in a non-arbitrary way, establish that there are universals or laws? You can't do it through induction. That's begging the question.
I've already gone through this several times about I haven't agreed that there are universals, and I can't agree that there are universals. I've talked about laws of nature. I've given examples through talking about gravity, and that they work in relative frames.
It's begging the question. You are just simply asserting that there are these laws. What I'm asking you is, how do you, in a non-arbitrary fashion, establish that nature operates in some law-like ways? If you appeal to sense perception or induction, that is the fallacy of begging the question. Now, how do you establish that there are, in fact, universals other than stating such by arbitrary means?
I haven't stated that there are universals.
Okay,
Again,
so can you have intelligibility for a myriad of particulars without universals and classes?
not based on the arbitrary definition that you put forth.
No, I didn't give you a definition. I said, can you have
arbitrary definition?
Listen, you're playing the game that you played the first time. Can you have meaning and understanding for an array of particulars without there being established by logical necessity that there are universals?
You keep asking the same question over and over, and I keep...
It's a legitimate question that you're dodging.
I haven't dodged it by saying that I don't accept that there's universals.
If you don't accept that they're universals, then you have a complete array of unconnected and unrelated particulars. Can you talk meaningfully about states of affairs if all the particulars are unrelated to each other?
Define meaningful.
Define relate.
Meaning means that a proposition, predication, or fact means something with respect to the system or context that it exists in.
That's what you said about intelligibility. So now you're using the same definition.
Okay. Yeah. You're right now. You're just simply being argumentative. You are not addressing my question.
You're using the same definition for two different terms. So
you're repeating the same objection, which is not answering my question. How do you derive meaning? How do you derive meaning for an array of particulars for which you cannot establish there are any universals?
And you were asked what is meaning, and then you gave the exact same definition you gave for intelligibility. Yeah. So which term does that definition apply to?
Yeah, you're doing it. You're doing it again. Listen, this is why the conversation's going nowhere. Because you cannot answer my question, and you don't know what to say, you're going back to your initial objection over and over again. That's why you're doing it.
Because you still haven't answered the objection.
Okay. Can you have understanding for a myriad of particulars without any universals?
I can assume things. Yeah. Sure.
No, I didn't ask you if you assume them. I said, can you have non-arbitrary understanding of an array of unconnected, unrelated particulars without universals?
I'm trying to figure out why we're still backtracking to universals when I just went ahead and said, okay, because the meaning of any subject matter, including science, is going to require that we can draw relationships and have unifiers for the array of particulars. Okay, now it goes beyond science. It talks about everything. You said reality is an abstract set of a myriad of particulars. Now, can you have understanding of that array of particulars that you talked about without logically necessitating universals? Can you do that? It's a legitimate question of your atheistic outlook. Because if you don't have an answer,
then you have no grounds to say that you have meaning for unconnected particulars.
Can I answer on Drew's behalf? Like, can I be as a
No, I want an atheist from an atheist worldview to answer the question.
Well,
I want to hear Harry's answer.
Yeah, I know you want to hear it because you don't have an answer for it.
I want to hear what Harry has to say. Number one.
Yeah, of course you do, because you don't have an answer for it.
All right, so muting you.
My opinion, I'm going to give you what I believe is an atheist worldview, and then Drew can tell me if I'm getting it wrong.
Okay, sure.
Trying to give
because he's not asking an intelligible question. Yeah. Go for it.
I'm ready.
He asked the question.
Oh, I didn't hear the question.
Answer. I muted him. He figured you've heard him ask the same question.
Oh, what's the question?
9 different times. Ask question one more time, Duncan.
The question, how does one make sense or have meaning for an array of particulars without the logically necessitating universals?
Okay, go, Harry.
One does not have meaning for an array of particulars. One observes them and applies them individually.
Isn't that what I've been saying?
I don't know.
Anyway.
That's incorrect, Harry. You cannot observe universals. That's a fallacy.
I said particulars.
No, Harry, how do you establish universals?
An atheist would not establish universals.
Can they establish universals, Harry?
We wouldn't. You've been told we wouldn't. I would not establish universals.
Okay. Can you have meaning and understanding for an array of particulars without universals?
No, you can't have a meaning for an array.
I'm asking Drew.
I've already told you no.
Okay. So so can you logically necessitate universals, Drew?
I've already said no, that I wouldn't even argue.
Okay, so you've now admitted that your worldview cannot provide for the non-arbitrary establishment of universals. Therefore, you don't have a model of reality that can provide for the understanding and meaning of an array of particulars.
We haven't established that there are universals.
You're not understanding.
But let's
can you have understanding for an array of particulars in whatever arrangement they are? Can you have understanding for them without there being not only actually but conceptual universals? Are universals necessary for meaning and understanding of an array of particulars, Drew?
He would say no.
Are universals necessary for meaning and understanding of particulars?
I would say no.
Okay, that's incoherent, because then you can't invoke. Then you would have to have a name for every individual particular, but they wouldn't be related to one another because there's no universals. That would be incoherent.
We group things based on observation.
Couldn't talk. No. You can't talk about observation because observation requires universals.
You're
not, Drew, you're not understanding the nature of universals. Laws of nature, the uniformity of nature, is a subset of universals. If you do not establish in a logically necessary way any universals, you can't talk about the meaningfulness of observation. Does observation necessitate the precondition of laws of nature, which are universals, Drew?
You'll have to ask that question again because I'm in the middle of reading.
Does sense perception and observation require some universals, such as laws of nature?
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it does.
Not under an atheist worldview.
No, you're not understanding. It does require it. Observation is going to be the conjunction of sense perception and cognitive filtering. Sense perception requires the precondition, metaphysical precondition of the causal principle and universals such as the laws of nature.
Define a universal for me. I want to make sure we're working on the same page here. Define a universal.
A universal is going to be something that is true and invariant in many places. So, for example, if we talk about 10 objects in 10 different locations, and they're each apples, okay? They each possess the class, which is secured by laws of nature. If you do not have laws of nature, then you cannot have the classes of apple. There would be no particulars that could be an instantiation of the class of apple. Now, the problem is simply this: is you want to dismiss that God is not necessary, but what you're not understanding philosophically is you've run into a brick wall called the one and the many, because you want to say that you don't need God as the grand unifier, right? So, but you're going to need something that ties some or all the particulars together, but you don't have anything that ties them all together. All you have are arbitrary declaration of classes and laws. And when I ask you, do you have a logically necessary case for universals or classes or laws? You said no.
Right.
Therefore, when you do invoke classes or universals, either explicitly or implicitly, you're doing so arbitrarily. Okay? You cannot have meaning and understanding for an array of particulars without invoking explicitly or implicitly, universals, such as classes or laws. So all you're left is with an arbitrary declaration of universals to make sense of particulars. What draws all the different particulars that any one of them would act the same, that was just simply a spontaneous occurrence? In order for you to talk meaningfully about the past, the present, and the future, you're going to have to appeal that some things are the same, and that it's just not the illusion that there's something static. Because if everything is in flux, if everything is changing, then you can't appeal to any words that are unifiers. So you're not realizing the problem here.
I definitely understand the problem, and I definitely understand where you're coming from, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying, which is why I think that under an atheist worldview, science becomes this fetishist example of further classifying and creating smaller parties and redefining terms that would have otherwise already been understood.
Yeah, so if you're going to say that God, if they say that God is not necessary for meaning and understanding of any area of life, including the physical realm, then what I want to know is, what is it that ties everything together, okay, on a grand scale? The answer is nothing. When I asked Drew, what is the ultimacy of reality? When I asked him what is ultimate, he said reality. Then I asked him, is that an abstract set? So then what he's saying is, the ultimate nature of what that is a myriad of particulars. What is there anything that unifies all the different particulars, Drew?
And my answer to that would have to end up being reality is what unifies them.
No. That's a dog chasing its tail. You said reality is an abstract set of a myriad of particulars. What, if anything, unifies them other than your abstraction of the set?
The answer is no. Nothing unifies them. They're all independent observations.
Other than you classifying a myriad as an abstract set. The set is an abstraction. Is the set a concrete or an abstraction? Is the set of concrete objects, or is it an abstract object?
It's an abstract object.
Right. Well, then abstract objects don't stand in causal relations. You see, Drew has no unifier to appeal to. All he can talk about is that there's stuff out there. He can't talk about observation. He can't talk about sense perception, because that presupposes universals. It presupposes classes of things. When I ask him to account for these things, he cannot. So, Drew, your atheist worldview can't make sense of all the particulars. All you're left with is arbitrary declarations.
Observe things.
I didn't hear what you said.
You can't make sense of it as a universal, but you can still observe things and have independent observations.
Yeah. No, you're not understanding. You're not understanding. Anytime you make a statement like that, you're breaking up.
And then someone else were to look at it, and they had a damaged chromosome, they may be colorblind and see it as green. Now, if you were to look at this universally, and as someone who believes in God, I would be able to say, well, there is an objective color. It is either red or green. We can decide this. But if you were to look at it without having that unifier, then there would be no difference in the truth or the reality for the person who's colorblind.
No. There would be nothing meaningful, because do you hold to the Christian worldview?
I do.
Okay, well then if you hold to the Christian worldview, God is the grand unifier. He's the one who institutes the world, and he sustains regularities. If somebody denies God by indifference, or they say they have a lack of belief, then they will either explicitly or implicitly have a unifier in mind. If they do not identify the unifier, all they have are simply unrelated, unconnected particulars. Then there would be no meaning, no understanding, no intelligibility. Okay? Now this is the problem. Good. So Drew, do you have any non-arbitrary means to establish any universals so that you can have meaning and understanding for any particulars?
Sorry, I was reading again. Go ahead.
As in your denial of God, right? Can you appeal to any non-arbitrary universal that will enable you to make sense of any particulars?
It would be subjective observation. So
yeah, I'll go with subjective observation. Yeah.
No. Observation would presuppose unifiers.
How?
Observation entails sense perception and cognitive filtering. Sense perception, in order for it to be meaningful, is going to presuppose the causal principle, causal connections, that there's something securing causal connections between events, and that nature operates in some regular ways. Can you establish in a non-arbitrary way that there are universals of laws of nature?
There's two problems with this. One, you're presupposing that in an atheist worldview, anything is quote unquote meaningful beyond the observation.
Well, I'd like Drew to answer the question. Since you're not an atheist, the question is posed to the atheist worldview. Drew wants to maintain that he can make sense of particulars, even within the subcategory of the particulars that he calls science. What I want to know is, can you make sense of any array of particulars without establishing any non-arbitrary universals? Do you have any universals that you can establish in a non-arbitrary way to make sense of any particulars, Drew?
Hang on, I'm reading through and making sure I have an understanding of what you're meaning by particulars. So you're contrasting particulars with universals, correct?
I'm talking about particulars are things that are discrete entities. They exist apart from other entities. Now, if you told me that reality was simply a myriad of particulars, now in order to make sense of either of them collectively or individually, what universals can you establish in a non-arbitrary way? Because if you don't establish that there's any universals in a non-arbitrary way, all you have is a collection of unrelated particulars, which you wouldn't have meaning or understanding for them. See, you want to invoke observation or sense perception, but that's presupposing universals. Where'd you get the universals from, Drew?
How is it presupposing universal? So if you're talking about universals, the way I understand it is that's a class all on its own. It's talking about mind-independent entities.
No, Drew, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when I say, how do you establish any universals at all?
Because
I'm making absolute sense. You just are not. You're confused, and you're having trouble with this. Can you establish in a non-arbitrary way? Can you establish in a
I'm breaking from this, and I'm having a failure of understanding of Duncan in this regard, because none of his definitions are meshing up with anything. He's conflating a whole bunch of stuff. Like, okay, pulling up just, independent source. Internet, the Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Universals are a class of mind-independent entities postulated to ground and explain relations of qualitative identity and resemblance among individuals. So that's what a universal is. So, I just read the definition of what a universal is. Is that what you're talking about?
If that's the definition you want to go with it, how do you, in a non-arbitrary way, establish that? How do you establish universals, Drew? Then you have no way to make sense out of an array of particulars, because every time you speak or anyone else speaks, it is inevitable that we will be invoking universals and classes of things.
Okay, but I didn't say that I invoked a universal non-arbitrarily.
Okay, what is your non-arbitrary justification for any universal? What universal do you want to put on the table?
I didn't say there was. I didn't say there was a non-arbitrary universal. I haven't put forth one. I don't have one.
Okay. Every time you speak about this world, you are invoking classes of things, which means that you, by implication, you're asserting universals. How do you account for these universals that you're invoking?
Universals are a class.
How do you establish that they are the case, Drew?
Through observation.
That's begging the question. I already explained to you why that's a fallacy.
And I've acknowledged that it's ultimately circular. Induction is what I rely upon.
Okay, so you're relying on a fallacious means of reasoning?
I'm relying on the continued reliability of induction, yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay. When you say the continued reliability, that's presupposing the world works in a regular way, which is begging the question.
No, that's supposing the world continues to work in the way that I have observed it to work.
No, when you say that you observed it, by implication, you are asserting there's a regularity of nature. Can you establish non-arbitrarily that there is a regularity of nature without appealing to a means which presupposes the regularity of nature, Drew?
Except how is talking about the law of gravity presupposing the regularity of nature when it works within a relevant framework?
No, because when you say it works, you're begging the question. You're presupposing the regularity.
I'm begging the question by saying that if I pick this up and I let go, it should fall.
Yeah, when you say should, you're saying the future will be like the past. On what grounds do you say the future will be like the past? What, past consistency?
Yes.
Good, that's begging the question, Drew.
Okay, then.
That's a fallacy.
You're just
when you appeal, Drew, let me illustrate to you the fallacy. It's really quite simple. A farmer goes out to the chicken coop, and there's a newborn chick. Every day for the next 15 years, the farmer comes out and he feeds the chick. On the first day of the 16th year, the chicken has an expectation due to the consistency of events that the farmer will feed it. The farmer picks it up and it cuts its head off, brings it in, and his wife cooks it for dinner. That's the fallacy of induction. Okay, when you say the future will be like the past, because past futures were the same as the past, it's not logically necessitated that the future will be like the past. That is a fallacy, Drew. Now,
the future is going to be like the past. I said
yes, you did. You just did it. No, you said it should. Why should it?
Should.
Why? Where'd you get that should from?
Previous observation.
That's begging the question.
Will.
No. Should. Why should it? Why should it? No. Okay, good. Why should it? Explain to me why it should happen.
Because of the continued observation. I can
make that of the past.
Yeah.
Good. Drew, that's begging the question.
I feel the need to interject.
You're just inserting a deity. That's
no, Drew. We're examining your worldview. Okay?
Your worldview is still up for examination.
Hey, that's fine. I'll be glad to defend my worldview, but right now I entered this video chat in the text saying that your worldview cannot provide for the intelligibility of science. In order for science to be meaningful and understandable, okay, and here we go again. You're going to the same canard again. I dropped the word intelligible because you want to play that little definitional game. Now,
because you kept wanting to move through, would you do something about whatever the hell that is?
I have something to contribute real quick.
Hang on, there's a noise going on. What the hell is that? Sorry, random alarm went off. No, you dropped the term intelligible because the the definition you provided doesn't match the term. And then you just try to bring the definition in later on down the road, attaching to meaningful or meaning or understanding. You're just moving the definition around to fit whatever purpose of argumentation you've devised. And at this point, we've gone on for now 4 hours with this rabbit hole where he just asked the same question in a circle without making any sense. So I'm beyond bored with this.
I have one thing I'd like to contribute.
Yeah, go for it. And then I'm wrapping the show up. It's like he's asking all these nonsensical questions. Okay, I get it. He's talking about universals, but then he doesn't define universals. And then when he does define universals, it doesn't mesh with anything to do with any field of study.
So,
like, it's annoying.
I think this is where the fallacy of the whole argument kind of comes in. And this is one of the reasons why in the past I've told you I don't really get into apologetics that much.
Yeah.
So Ecclesiastes 1:2, vanity of vanities, says the teacher, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Ecclesiastes 1:6 through 8. The wind blows to the south and it goes around to the north. Round and round goes the wind, and on its circuits the wind returns. All streams run to the sea. The sea is not full. To the place where the streams flow, they will continue to flow. All things are wearisome, more than one can express. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, or the ear filled with hearing. And that's the problem, is when we get into these ways of understanding our own beliefs and our own ideologies, that may be helpful for us to have a better comprehension of our worldview. But at the end of the day, if you struggle so much into going down that pathway, you're not going to make inroads or change someone else's mind.
Well, it's not even about changing minds at that point. He's arguing for argument's sake, and that's the only thing he's doing. At least that's the way it comes across. He's just trying to score brownie points within his own mind, I guess. But what he's talking about, the universals he proposes, we have no idea whether or not those things actually are universal. The only thing that we've established in science is approaching universal is light, and in reality, it's our observations of light. We don't have an assumption of uniformity beyond the problem of induction. We understand the problem of induction, and we work with it until it doesn't work anymore, and then we have to figure out what's the next step. That's why science is the way it is. We understand induction, but deduction doesn't offer anything.
Yeah. The religious worldview would be that there's a certain point where trying to break down all of the different variables of light, if it is unfulfilling, then there's not really a purpose for you to focus on that anymore. But an atheistic worldview would be that there's no end to the further subdivisions of observation that can be made, because the observational data that you can add to your empirical wheelhouse is the ultimate meaning of life, because there is no unifying concept that you can fall back on to have your faith in.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just two different ways of looking at the world, and I'm not going to be able to change it by outlocking you or arguing you out of your view.
No, what he's arguing for is deductive reasoning. It's top down. You start at the top and work your way down. But we've found and established that doesn't get us anywhere. You're trying to understand things from a top-down perspective. It doesn't really get us anywhere. It doesn't further our knowledge base. That's why we use induction. That's why induction is so important to science as a whole, is because we work from the bottom up. We start at the bottom and work our way to the top to find whatever the explanation is.
Inductive or deductive reasoning?
Inductive. Inductive is bottom up reasoning. Deductive is top down.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll bring it up for you. Here, give me a second. Okay, so right here, what is deductive reasoning? It's a logical process in which a conclusion is based on the concordance of multiple premises that are generally assumed to be true. So you're still stuck with assumptions. Deductive reasoning is sometimes referred to as top-down logic. Its counterpart, inductive reasoning, is sometimes referred to as bottom-up logic.
So what's inductive?
That's where it's coming from, the bottom up. So the laws of deductive reasoning state that if A is true and B is true, then the conclusion must be true. The limitation is that the conclusion does not apply if A is not true. So if at any point one of the premises is not true, then the whole thing falls apart. And that's the limitation of deductive reasoning. There's uses for both of them. And that's the thing. It's knowing when to use them and when to not use them. And in science, we use inductive reasoning because we don't assume premises are true. We seek to show that those premises are true through evidence, observation, and experimentation. That's how we get from point A to point B. That's how we've arrived at there is no absolute motion. There's only motion within what are called relative inertial frameworks. Like, for instance, I'll use one of the Einstein problems. Okay, so on this planet, we are pulled towards the ground, 9.8 meters per second squared. If I were to put you in a windowless box that accelerated straight up and went nowhere but up at the same rate at 9.8 meters per second squared, you would not be able to tell the difference. You would not be able to tell that you're moving at all beyond your motion within the box.
If we were on Earth or not on Earth?
Even if you're on Earth, if you're accelerating upwards at the same rate at which gravity pulls you down,
you wouldn't feel it as pounds or 18 feet per second pull? Because I've done squats on an elevator before.
Say what?
I've done squats on an elevator and I can feel it.
Right, but it's not constant motion, and it's also motion that is slower than that. Elevator is not in free fall. I'm talking about constant upward motion at 9.8 meters per second squared. If that stays constant, if you're in a windowless box,
yeah,
you would have no sensation of motion.
Yeah, you would. You'd feel that you're being pulled back. Like if something's accelerating at 9.8 meters per second, you would feel like
you would. Okay, so you would not know that box is moving.
You would feel it, yeah.
Let me bring it up. It's a physics thing, so I'll have to. If
you weren't on Earth and there was no gravity due to matter around you, then you wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's where I screwed up. You're right. So in space, you would not be able to tell the difference whether or not you were on Earth or just in a box in space moving at that rate of speed.
Okay.
That's what I mean by motion in relative frameworks.
Okay.
And that's how we break physics down. That's how we break science down.
And that's artificial gravity.
Essentially, yeah. Except it's not gravity. It's simulating Earth gravity, when in reality it's just constant motion.
Artificial.
Right, it's artificial. You have the sensation of gravity. So yeah, I just don't like I just wanted to be clear for the purposes of the term gravity.
Got it. I wanted to be clear for the term of boobs.
Yeah. See, he's trying to argue everything from a philosophical standpoint, and I get that. But my focus, aside from brief philosophical discussions, is I'm an atheist not for philosophical reasons. I'm an atheist for scientific reasons. I think that may be what his hang-up is in trying to force philosophy onto the issue when that's not really how I arrive at things. I don't know, maybe.
I don't know. I think different ways people have of coming to their conclusions. And in the evangelical world, we say that different people have different testimonies.
Okay.
And it's important for people to share their testimony because you never know what's going to speak to the other person. But your particular life and your experiences, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be the thing that's going to change someone else's mind.
Yeah, it's like I don't dismiss the existence of a deity entirely. I don't, because I don't know that a deity doesn't exist. I reject the assumption. I reject the assumption that one exists because one has not been demonstrated to exist. So it's like that's where I bring up the term agnostic atheist, is that I don't believe because I don't know that one exists.
And I, on the other hand, I haven't necessarily had any physical or scientific evidence or facts, or even some philosophical information that has made me say this is definitely why God exists. But my whole line of thought and my identity and everything about how I live my life is based upon the reality and the assumption that he does.
I don't know. But at the end of the day, we've gone on for over 4 hours now. It's one of the reasons why I booted him, was because the conversation was going nowhere, and he either didn't get it or just was content with accusing me of not getting it because his definitions didn't make sense. Like that was my big hang up with him overall, is that I have an understanding of some of these of a fair few of these philosophical concepts. But the way he's going about defining things don't make any sense. They don't match up with anything that would go in philosophy or other fields of study. And I think that's the biggest hang up.
I think this was an apologetics argument that basically was designed to ultimately prove to someone that they do believe in God whenever they give you the correct answers. Whenever they say, yeah, everything is unified, then it's like, hey.
In all honesty, it reminds me of, and you know what? I actually am going to bring this up. It's like Psi 10 Brigham Cape website. I'm pretty sure that all of his stuff came from this one website. Or at least to some degree. And it's this thing here. I'm going to go ahead and share it. Now, this is called proofthatgodexists.org. This is from Psi 10 Brigham Cape. This is part of presuppositional apologetics.
Okay.
And this is talking about truth, not universals. But you'll see a lot of the similarities come through here. So you have options. Can
I take it?
Sure. You tell me which one you want, and I'll click the one.
Okay.
So absolute truth is defined as true for all people at all times everywhere. And your options are: it exists, it doesn't exist, you don't care if it exists, or you don't know if it exists.
It does exist.
Okay? Exists. So, knowledge is justified true belief. Either you know something to be true or you don't know anything to be true.
I don't know anything to be true.
Okay. What do you... So, I don't know anything to be true, true or false?
True.
So then it's going to come back to it. You know something to be true or you don't know anything to be true.
Then I might as well say I know something to be true, since I couldn't say that nothing is true.
Right. So logic exists or logic does not exist.
Logic exists.
Okay. Logic is universal or logic is person relative?
Universal.
Okay. Does not change or changes?
Does not change.
Okay. Immaterial or material? To reach this step, to explain this further, to reach this step, you have acknowledged that there is absolute truth, that you know some things to be true, that logic exists, and that it is universal and unchanging. The next question is whether you believe that logic is material or immaterial. In other words, is logic made of matter or is it an abstract entity?
It's abstract. I don't know if I'd call it an entity, but
okay, so
abstract.
that means not, that would be not made of matter.
Okay.
So to reach this step, you have admitted that absolute truth exists, that you know things to be true, that logic exists, and that it is universal, not made of matter, and does not change. Then it goes, the proof that God exists is that without him, you couldn't prove anything. And that's all what it all boils down to.
So
so you see what I'm saying is like everything that he says screams of presuppositional apologetics.
So this wouldn't apply to me because I said that I don't know anything.
But this questionnaire, it's designed to force you through their narrow framework in which they claim that they can only be right and they can never be wrong. See, my thing is, okay, true for all people at all times everywhere. Well, we haven't, what do you mean by true? I mean, it's like, so absolute truth does not exist. And then you get into a fallaciously asked question. What do you believe? It's either absolute truth does not exist is absolutely true or it's false. And it forces it into a dichotomy that's not necessary. That's not necessarily there.
Well, what happens if you say it's absolutely true that absolute truth does not exist?
Funny you should ask that. You click that, and then it goes back to this. And if you click any of the other options aside from absolute truth exists, you know, okay, absolutely true or false, it brings you back to here. I don't care, and it takes you to the Disneyland website. But it only works if you forcibly put yourself through their narrow framework.
So my answer would have been that God exists, but you don't know it.
Yeah.
And I would have been like, okay, because I've never seen it burning.
That's the presuppositional argument, is that God exists and you know he exists and you've always known he existed.
No.
That's
I don't buy into that.
Why do you think I keep saying that everything this dude says is just screaming of that?
Yeah. I mean, if that's your thing, for you, but I think that, you know, the existence of God is something that's faith-based. I don't think, because if you were able to see it with facts, then what would be the purpose of having faith? Exactly.
One thing that I would encourage someone to look at, in fact, we're going to go ahead and go off the air now because we've been live for 4 hours and 18 minutes. But I want to keep you on for a little while longer. We're going to go into a couple of more things. I just have to go grab something real quick.
Okay.
So, everybody out there, please like, comment, and subscribe. You know, do that thing. You can follow on Facebook. If you feel like looking at the links down below in the description to look at some of the articles we looked at today, go for it. And, of course, the running PSA for this channel, do not butt chug soy sauce. thank you all. Have a wonderful day for hanging out with us on another Sunday afternoon. Cheers.